And
Welcome, everybody, to Advantage in Paradise. So happy to have you all here again on Monday night. We are super excited to play tonight. As usual, our music is brought to you by licensed songs through the service soundstripe.com. And our ambiance is brought to us by Sirenscape, a really great resource for all your games. Now, as per usual, I'm going to turn it over to the T-shirt of the year, Shannon Robichaud, for some social media
Did you just say she's the
stuff.
T-shirt of the year?
Teacher
Yes,
of the
she is
year.
the T-shirt
I have
of the
the same
year.
thing.
T-shirt of the year. Amazing. Thank you, Sean. Yes, hello, friends. I am back fresh from teaching first grade online day one. So I apologize if Scarlett is a little quiet tonight. I'm exhausted. But I still would like to talk about our wonderful stream partners. First, we have Arcane Spectacles. They are the creator of beautiful spell trackers and other tabletop accessories. They have a lot of cool things in the works. They have launched their website for their upcoming Kickstarter. They will be offering their classic spell trackers in different hardwoods, which now includes cherrywood. So make sure you sign up on their website so that you can get notified when it launches, and you can get some cool early bird specials if you do.
I've seen some of those because I'm doing a little project with them. I've seen some of them. They're gorgeous.
You are?
They're beautiful.
Oh,
So.
Awesome. Some of their latest products include AC trackers, HP trackers, and Pathfinder 2E spell trackers. We're going to be doing monthly giveaways with them, or maybe more than monthly, whenever we feel like it, giveaways. We are also working on some Paradise themed products with them, so stay tuned for that. And if you would like to purchase any of their beautiful goods, be sure to enter the code Paradice, Paradice, for 10% off in their Etsy shop. Next, we have Talon and Claw. They are the creators of gorgeous tabletop accessories like set dice and DM screens and dice vaults and the like. They have been super busy in the community, but they love the community and they love working with everybody in the community. So if you would like to support them, which you should because they're awesome, also enter the code Paradise for 10% off your order. Next, we have Underground Oracle Publishing. They are the creators of incredible D&D 5e supplements. Cal uses Prongs of the Black in our campaign, which took down a troll in a single turn, which was amazing. And Sean is working on incorporating more of their awesome supplements into our game. So definitely stay tuned for that and sign up on their Patreon if you have not yet. And last but not least, our character art that you saw on our starting soon screen is brought to you by the brilliant mind and talent of Eddie York. And he has done all of our art for our characters. And he worked with Alex to make the scrolling character cards that you will see in just a moment. And he's also the lead artist on a game called Orbo, which its demo is out now and the full release will be out soon. So check Eddie out on Twitter, Instagram, and Patreon. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Shannon, for
You're
that overview.
Anytime.
All right. Oh, I thought you had another thing.
Nope, sorry. Sorry. No. Keep going.
All right, so the recap. So, on the first night of Gualvala, the new month, on Ayavela's Dag. Last we met in the miasma-ridden woodlands of Teramran. You sought the whereabouts of Timber's lost wife. Masks over your faces, you tread through the thick plumes of infectious spores. But soon, as the bowers of the forest growth consumed you and choked away the spring sunlight, Timber sensed the presence of blood in the air. With a voraciousness not seen before, he dashed into the tree line in search of this feast. In finding it, he also lost control, as some unknown entity took hold of him. As the party confronted the addled Timber, a new threat burst through the tree line. Some sort of insectoid draconid. A fight ensued as Curon and Wiswick chased after the wild Timber. You ultimately defeated the creature, but at much cost. And somehow Timber, through a vision provided by the mysterious black owl, somehow found a way to pull through. Despite this hungry entity's perseverance and its taunting message to the owl of, "He's mine." Upon successfully healing and regathering, you all decided to rest amongst this ruined tower where these corpses lay. A mysterious silvery water dripped from what appeared to be a rift in reality above the tower. Wiswick investigated it thoroughly, and you all determined it most likely was some sort of crack, some small hole that led to another plane of existence, presumably the Fae. You had heard that Taramran had been littered with Fae-infused essence throughout, but you had not expected to see a rift, and this being the third opening into another plane of existence that you have found. After recouping from your wounds, Wiswick also discovered that this magical water seemed to enhance his magical abilities when he attempted to plug the rift with a rock, and it didn't seem to work as the rock collapsed onto the already feeble wood platform on the tower. Sending Wiswick cascading down, he misty-stepped, and he found that his magic was amplified twofold as he went 60 feet and fell on his head like a cartoon character. It was at this time that Curon methodically and slowly burned away the corpses of the Zverils that you had found that had tempted Timber so. For a thick layer of spores had gathered over the over these corpses, and as he burned them away, they lunged up, grasping like predators for prey. It seemed as though they had been turned not too long ago. These spores were coming from these thick clusters of fungal architecture that clung to the tops of the trees with a bee's honeycomb hornet's nest aesthetic, where you just saw little spores leaking from these holes in the fungi. As you began walking further into the forest, you slowed down to question an anxious and overwhelmed Timber. Why did he attack you? What brought him to such rage? What was happening? Why are we here? He could not provide a clear answer on what plagued him, nor who the black owl that Curon had seen was, or what it represented. Nor did any of you recall from any of the annals of history a god that is represented by a starry, dark owl. All Timber could verify was that he was seeking his wife, and that the path led forward, following what he believed was the right path, following the Black Raven. Begrudgingly, you kept your word, though warier, much more wary than you were before. It's not so sure you could trust Timber like you have so far. As you marched onward, northward, Timber continued to feel the presence of this other entity within him as it whispered things in another language in his mind, multiple voices like a chorus, but discordant, moving through his thoughts. Curon, noticing him trailing behind and in pain, approached him, and through some of the divine grace of Ilyvania, brought some relief to Timber. But as such happened, the entity's voice rang true to Timber's. The last thing it said as it receded deeper into him was, "We do not like this one," in reference to Curon. With appreciation, Timber warned Curon that if he were to change again, that it doesn't like him. You pushed onward into the forest somewhat quietly at this point, nervous and more careful. And as night started to approach, you found yourselves near a small stream trickling. And then you heard in the distance the thrashing of a beast in conflict. You heard the familiar screeches of the insectoid draconid. But then you also heard other screeches. And then soon you saw a injured, wounded insectoid dragon crawling through the trees, knocking down all manner of bramble as it fell into the stream and tried to drag itself over as a massive, massive, pale griffin, much larger than any griffin you've ever seen, came down upon its back, ripping at its flesh and carapace, and finally defeating it with a bite to its neck. Slowly, this griffin looked around. You were unsure if it had heard you, but it was looking through the forest as you had hid at this point. And then you saw a little gnome, a woman, crossing over the the stream where a log had fallen, almost skipping, as this great griffin shifted down into a Firbolg druid. As he looked to this gnome and just turned back to you all and said, "There's people over there." And you slowly but surely, seeing that they seemed like no threat, although I believe you thought they might be cannibals, you popped your heads up and introduced yourself. The Firbolg introduced himself as Taram Ron, the name of the forest, as is most custom for Firbolg to be named after their home. And the little gnomish girl was Elspeth. She happily looked around, and as you confirmed that you had killed one of these insectoid draconids as well, they seemed to warm up to you immediately, as she invited you to rest and eat in their home. All the while, this Firbolg was crunching and ripping apart this insectoid dragon, seemingly to gather all the legs into his satchel, his wicker satchel on his back, as you all followed Elspeth across this bridge into the dark of the forest, somewhat nervous, but also feeling a little bit more secure. Now that you're not alone entirely, maybe you have folk who know these woods to guide you now. You followed them into the dark. And that's where we left off last week. So, heroes, you are following Elspeth through the woods. You can hear the trickle of rain above as there seems to be a long-lasting storm moving over this area. Not too extreme, though. There's just a trickle of rain that breaks through the canopy above into large drops that hit you every now and then. You hear the sound of night insects in the distance, and the random crashing and crunching of other beasts that might be out there, as Elspeth kind of confidently moves between trees and overgrowth, not following any road, seemingly, as you're all kind of keeping track of her, trying to keep up with her. All the while, securely behind you is the large presence of Taram Ron the Firbolg. What would you all like to do?
Elspeth, how well do you know these woods? Assuming you live here.
Oh yeah, well, I certainly live here. I've lived here all my life. I know this part of the woods pretty well, close to the river. Old Taram Ron back there, and we go real way back.
Are your people around here? Is there a village or something?
It's not exactly a village. We've got a nice communal home. It's not too far. It's probably about an hour from here. You're all very welcome to stay. We've we tend to. No offense, you seemed a little bit beleaguered out here. We tend to find those who are lost, maybe injured, maybe a little, you know, in these tight woods.
Okay, can I roll an insight check on whatever the fuck that just was?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are they? Do they find lost souls for good reasons or bad reasons? I'm trying to get the insight on. That's not bad. Oh yeah, I have a +0, so 13.
It's hard to tell. It's the kind of thing where you're like, the overwhelming positivity is either a good sign or a very, very bad sign. And you're unsure what that kind of trail off was. Could mean anything.
Could mean Sean ran out of words.
She looks back to you, Timber, and just says, well, you know, not everyone has the constitution to make it through Terran Run, and we take care of folks, so we're happy to help.
How far is your place?
As long as no beasties come after us, it'll be really under an hour to get there. We would just kind of walk in the perimeter, so to speak.
That insect dragon that you took down, do you know exactly what those creatures are?
Yeah. They've been showing up more often this year. You know, those Thrykeen, they're not bad folk, but there's some, let's just say, some less savory types amongst them trying to dominate this area. And they find those creatures when they're young, and they raise them to be vicious like that. Beasts of war and conquest. It's been getting worse over the last year. They used to keep to themselves in the higher hills and bluffs of the forest, but they've been coming down a lot more frequently, and well, we've been having to hunt some of them down. It's a shame. It's truly a shame to have to put any creature down like that, but
Now, who are these people you mentioned?
you might have noticed them when you saw the insects. They're the bug folk. They insect folk. The Thrykeen is what they call themselves. They only live up in the higher reaches of the forest. They usually keep to their own. What are you all doing in these woods? Well, actually, you know what? Let's save it for when we're sitting around a nice fire with some nice food. As she turns back, you're muted, Wiswick.
That's more my style.
So she kind of darts off into the woods at this point, and part of you is like, I don't know if this person's ever seen anyone else besides this furball in years, just judging by the forest gnome aesthetic of the twigs, some of them braided into the hair, some of them just sticking out because they've landed there. The leather armor and the kind of rope belt and some rope bracers, just sort of very simple armor. You kind of pause for a moment as she's moving on ahead, but then quickly those of you in the back, Taramron just sort of bumps into you and sort of presses you onward as he stands as tall as you on your horseback.
Oh, sorry, Tamron. By the way, why are you hanging out with all these gnomes? What's your deal, Tamron?
Elspeth's good folk. She's helped me out of a lot of binds.
You seem pretty capable of handling the issues yourself.
That's right. But it's better to have someone who has your back.
I could get behind that. You seem like good people.
Yep.
Yep. Uh-huh. Yep.
Not sure about you folks yet. As he just sort of pushes his backpack up and starts walking, kind of pushing past Jasper and you.
Yeah, Wiswick just like backs up even further after like seeing him like get ahead of him. Just like trying to make some space.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys are moving through the woods at this point, and you are hearing every now and then in the distance the breaking of branches like you were before. You feel a little safer with them kind of flanking you, but you still feel, you know, the fact that one of these creatures was out at night at all and prowling is nerve-wracking enough. And you didn't see any Thrykean corpses around it, so there may have been others with it. But you move onward, and it takes about, the better part of an hour as you're just winding through kind of the forest, getting tighter and tighter. You have to some of you have to get off your horses and really lead them through to make sure they get through. And you notice that you've been following that stream kind of haphazardly once you crossed it upward. And eventually you get to a point where you can see that the hill, you're starting to go up a very steep hill. And then eventually the forest starts to clear a little bit, and you get up and you crest the hilltop, and you can see before you a very large pond of water that's sort of held within this cliffside, and then leaks down a small waterfall that creates this stream. And as soon as you crest up this hill, you feel you feel the rain immediately upon your face. You feel the air easier to breathe as there's less of this miasma up here upon reaching this plateau. And the water is, for the most part, normal water. But then you notice in the center of the pond where there's sort of this remains of an ancient structure, sort of this half steps going up, almost like the tower stairs are the only thing left of some tower that might be there. And in the base of that, you can see glittering silver threads that move through the water, almost like there's a rift in this pond, feeding it with this fey energy. And the stairs, you almost don't recognize them as stairs at first because they are covered in vegetation and life and bright flowers, the best you can see them at night. And that's sort of the first thing you notice as you hear Elspeth like, home sweet home, here we are. As you then turn, and to the left of this pond, across where the first stream feeds into the pond, you notice a very large tree. A tree with a trunk as thick as a tall tower in the capital of the Quintarchy. It's not excessively tall. It's very tall. It probably goes up about 200 feet, with several branches hanging down, much larger than the tree line around it, enough to at least create a sort of a plume of branches above the normal canopy. And you can see its roots are writhing through this cliffside, and you can see them kind of where they split at one point. There is an entrance into the hollows beneath it, and an archway that has several runes carved into it and sigils carved all over it, with two braziers at the base of the arch that are burning with a at first you think is a normal fire, but then you notice kind of where there might be the blue and red of a fire, there's green that leads up into the red and orange of the tips of the flame. You notice her leap onto this ruined bridge that's collapsed and kind of slowly do a little tight walk over a fallen tree that has landed on the what remains of the bridge, and then hops off onto the bank on the other side, and she turns back and says, "What are you waiting for? Come on over."
Is there room for our horses in there?
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. The stream's shallow enough that you could probably get them over. We can find space for them for sure. We got plenty of space. All are welcome.
Yeah, okay. I ride
Ford
the
the
horse.
river.
Across, yeah. We take the wheels off the wagon.
I go across the
Forward
log.
the
I
river.
go across the log.
You do not have your wagon and cart.
I know. I was making an Oregon Trail reference.
Yes.
Oregon Trail.
So, if those of you on horseback are able to get into the water, it takes a little bit of coercing, but you get the horses in. You see Taramran just like long steps through the water as it barely comes up to his waist. He's very tall. He's very large, much bigger than the tavern keeper Fearbog that you've noticed. The forest species of Fearbog seem to be much larger, more giant-like than the
It's like the
Fearbog.
water makes him a little bigger.
Yeah, almost. But he moves through. You all move through onto the other side. Elsbeth's kind of just standing there, her face lit up by the green fire. Just darkness behind her, down into the tunnels. She's like, "Right this way."
I
You
follow
said
her.
there's-
I've had a long day.
You said there's runes or sigils around the doorway.
Yep.
Any way one of us might know what they might mean?
If you'd like to give me a investigation check as you pass them by.
I'd like to.
I'd like to too, with all that Arcana knowledge I have.
Yeah, go for it.
Wait,
You could also
said
do Arcana,
investigation?
investigation, Arcana, or History.
Oh, I'll
Oh.
take history, thanks.
Well, if it's not
Same.
investigation,
Ooh.
I'll take Arcana, so 26.
A whopping
24
12.
for history.
What did you get, Kieran?
24 on history.
Okay, and Wisbek, what did you get?
26 on Arcana or
okay.
history, your choice.
Okay. And then Cal, you got a 12? It's dark. You're tired. They look like all the sigils you've seen in the last 2
Fucking
months.
sigils constantly with this sigil crap.
For the other two of you, though, they are these series of line. It's line-based runes as opposed to kind of complicated sigils. A real-life counterpart might be the Ogam of the Celtic ancient Irish runes. And every now and then there's you see two different things. You see Triskelions in some places, which are the three swirls that connect in the middle, and you actually notice up at the top, in the center of the sort of top Stonehenge stone, in the middle is a tree sigil that you would recognize from your books on the Fae and on the Pallid King as the symbol of the Ashkeeper. And by this point, you also would recognize a symbol that are these two vertical lines that then have kind of an arched top to it. That's sort of like a frown and a smiley face that's on these two arched lines, with another line through the center that's detached, which you would recognize as the runic sigil that was on. Oh my god. I just forgot my own NPC's name.
The Asimar?
Say that again, Kieran.
Orlin, the Archmage? Or
No. Where was my NPC?
Jorhan?
Wyla?
Thank you. Wyla had a sigil tattooed on her forehead, and you noticed that, which you would know as the symbol of the Font Mother. As you're passing through, you notice these things. Those lines, those line runes, both of you got super high, so you would remember them from the petrified tree in the barrows that was covered in line-like runes. A statue from before much of known history. So this is very ancient ruins and runes, very ancient ruins and runes, potentially pre Morseer or very shortly after Morseer. But as you enter in, you would, Huron, you would also notice that to the left, you kind of had to, most of you would have actually noticed this, you had to move around these barricades that are on one side of the river or the stream. They're not like the carved barricades that you saw at the Battle of, oh my god, I'm so out of it.
Drift March, bro.
Drift March. What the hell's going on? This is my world. The Battle of Drift March, but they're more like, I guess, Huron, you give me a history check.
You give me a history check.
Sure.
Oh, 26.
I have a plus 100 modifier to my history checks, so that's 113 for me. What did you get? I'm sorry.
26.
Okay. You've heard stories of the druid crafting that the Wood Elves were known for before their isolation, in the sense of their ability to craft things without any damage to their environment. They can bend and mold a tree into a house, or a hill into a bunker, or they could just take a branch from a tree and through magic turn it into a bow with no carving or woodworking at all. And that these barricades look like they are of that type of magic.
Cool.
So
I think that as soon as Elspeth beckons us to go downwards, I look towards Kieran and say,
You saw those symbols, right? These ruins look like they're pre-Morseer. Perhaps this is the place that Dr. Raslin, the Snurfneblin under Driftmarch, told me about. Maybe I can find out more about my people's past here. This could be phenomenal. All my answers that I've been searching for could be here.
Well, Wiswick, I would remind you not to get too ahead of yourself. Those symbols were for the Font Mother and the Ash Keeper. I don't know your people's connection with those deities, but past the Elven Druids, I don't know how much information would really be available to us. So temper your expectations, friend, but let's hope for the best, Huron says as he starts to walk forward.
So, the opening to the cave is wide enough for you to ride in on your horses, although for the taller lot of you, it might be better to get off of them and lead them through. It is also wide enough to bring them in. It seems as though this opening is it's got to accommodate Terramron, so there's plenty of space for you to bring them out. But it's even a little bit bigger than him. As you can see, these roots writhing around that are the roots themselves as thick as some of the largest trees you've seen so far. Once inside, you sort of feel you feel the rain dissipate from around you, as you can still hear it cascading into the pond outside, and then there's sort of a almost deep echo that starts to come in this burrow as your horse's hooves start to clamber into the hall. You feel like you're going downward for a while, and then you start to spiral. And then you enter into a room that is massive. You've probably gone down about 60 feet below the into the kind of cliffside you had seen. You can see some like trickling water against the stone walls that seems to maybe be coming from the pond with that silvery color pouring into a very small ravine inside this large hall. That's sort of natural cave that's been converted somewhat. You see several of these roots writhing down through the ceiling into the ground, or some just small roots coming down like hanging Christmas lights almost, with a light glow to them that illuminates the hall. And then you see in the center of the room is what looks like a trunk of another tree. Almost like you now notice that the rooftop is you've descended a little bit deeper, and the entire height of this chamber is about 60 feet, and you can see a tall 60-foot tree that looks very lush and alive despite being underground, even though there are some beams of moonlight that come through what appear to be openings in the cliffside through the roots. What'd you say?
Treeception?
Yeah, it's treeception. And you notice on this central tree that is more of a trunk than it is a total tree, because the branches kind of shoot out above and kind of push up into the soil above, almost like a reverse tree, where the branches are the roots, although it has lush greenery on it. All along the base of the tree are these, what you can only surmise are birdhouses, like clusters of birdhouses that spiral up. Some of them very large, some of them small enough for a finch, and then others large enough for an eagle.
Are there any small enough for a sparrow or a starling?
100%. Any bird you can imagine besides a rock.
A rock?
Condor?
Extensive knowledge of underground nature. Could I perhaps know anything
Give me
about
a nature check.
I think I would probably ask, how does that stay alive down here as we pass it, as we come up to it?
Yeah, you would be kind of descending from an entrance down a rampart into this larger chamber. You would also, let me just complete the visual. You would notice these almost like nests all around. Not just what appear to be like birds' nests, but what you could surmise are squirrel nests, or very large squirrel nests. As you start to see some like blankets moving in these burrows, as you see like all manner of beasts starting to come out of these openings and these nests and these burrows. Some of them are like look like mud houses that are fashioned, that are very small, like that one individual could maybe sit in. As you see these plant-like creatures stepping out of these mud homes, they have they look like an amalgam of roots almost, but also like fungal structure to them that holds beneath the roots, as they've got these large alien-like eyes that are almost vertical but not quite, that are just a bright green that have this teal glow beneath them, and this almost frog-like mouth, no nose, that comes up to the eyes, with these little tufts of leaves on their heads like hair. Their heads almost being almost pinhead-like, except those features are high up on it, so the most of the face is the mouth. And their arms almost look like bones, but they're made of fungal bodies with roots writhed all around them, and they kind of step up, and they have some spears, they have some small weapons, but they're just sort of start to clamber out and walk together towards you to see the new arrivals. There's like a cluster of 12 of them that come out. They're like the size of like an imp. They're very, very small, tiny, smaller than Wiswick.
I got a 2 + 10 on my nature check.
Okay.
But I also want to clarify that as soon as the mushroom people get close to me, I put up that little mask that we've been using, the little bandanas.
Yeah. They don't remind you of the fungal pods outside. Those have a more red and yellow coloring to them. The miasma having that similar red or a yellowish hue. These are very green, with maybe some orange to their fungal side, but they look a lot friendlier than the fungus outside, or the fungus zombies, especially with the kind of glowing frog-like eyes. With that 12, you don't know much about birds that live underground. You're almost immediately distracted by the mass of bats hanging in the roots. As there's just there's innumerable animals here, and a lot of them seem to be. You look at these bats, and they're very different from the fiendish nature of Jet. They have sort of this dark indigo fur. Their bat-like ears are more like elongated elven ears, and they have these silver eyes that open up and glow as you see some of them. You see all manner of seemingly fey-infused animals coming out. As probably the most notable thing is this hulking form that's in the corner. In the corner by like a little tiny fey fire that's glowing a bright purple color, and it just sort of has its back hunched. It looks like a giant from where you are. It has a big, like it's taller even than Taramron. It has this blanket over its shoulders. As you see it kind of turn its head to look over at you, as you see it has this purple skin with these yellow pock marks on it. It has this sort of one eye that's almost swollen shut, and then an eye that's bulging out, as it just sort of looks a bit in pain. And you can occasionally hear this slight moaning noise from it, as you would notice one of these clusters of vegapygmies, which is what they are, come rushing up to it and start to like collectively lift up a big bowl that has like a big, druid crafted bowl that's sort of spilling out some of the silver liquid as it just sort of takes it and sort of it's truly a beautiful sight. As you can see sort of all of the fey lights, you can see kind of these almost like will-o-wisps, but friendly looking, just sort of aesthetically providing a pleasing, warm light to this space. As Elspeth turns around and says, "Welcome, friends."
Oh boy.
Oh. we had a rogue Kiron for a moment. Give us a second, folks. Welcome, folks, to what we like to call our home for misfit fae. You are welcome to rest here, find whatever spot pleases you. I have a little tiny home inside of the base of the tree. Probably can't fit you all in it, but you're safe in here. Our sigil ward should protect us from anything nefarious trying to come in, and we have our own way of patrolling the forests around. Please come find a place to rest here in our home.
Well, I mean, what a wonderful menagerie of creatures you have here. I'm a little concerned about that big one in the corner. Is he gonna be all right? He doesn't look too good.
Oh, him? He'll be okay. He just requires a lot of attention.
I mean, I've seen the adverse reactions that occur when affected by that silvery liquid. Is it something that can be cured, or is he in any pain?
Oh, well. I'm afraid this is not from the face app. No, this is a curse given to his people from long ago. You all don't seem to know much. Let's get something on the pot cooking. Let's talk about what you're doing here. Come. We've got a nice little area over there by the hearth. As she starts to lead you around the tree towards the back. Kiron, as you're kind of like walking on Rocco, you see kind of you're kind of looking around at all the magical beasts, and it's starting to remind you a little bit of home. Kind of just sort of nothing's been as aesthetically like Elysia until this, in the sense of like, instead of horses, you're used to unicorns in Elysia. Instead of oxen, you're used to much larger, more magical beasts of burden.
Oryx?
Yes.
Nice.
And suddenly you see kind of
Rip the Oryx, right? Sorry. keep going.
suddenly fluttering out of the of one of the hollows in the tree, you see a swarm of pseudo dragons, which you would have seen often by the riverside of the Azure River Valley, sort of flutter all around you for a moment, interested in you, and then they kind of dive into the ravine and then dive back out and cluster all around a large root of the tree. Sort of reminds you in your head for a little bit. You think like, oh, this looks like a peaceful version of the Mordnari Hollow, something not burnt and corrupted. Creatures feeding on magic, but in a balanced way.
I think Wiswick takes a little bit of offense to what Elspeth's saying. He's like, I'll have you know that I know a lot. There's not much people that can talk about magic the way I can. Just because I live underground doesn't mean I'm not. I haven't read a lot of books. I know a lot about the world.
No offense meant at all by it. I'm sure there are plenty of things in the Underdark I've got no clue about. But well, let's sit down. And she kind of leads you around. There is like an area that has like several druid crafted seats and benches that look like they were roots that came out of the ground and dug back in, that have been sort of massaged into a form that's pleasing and pleasing aesthetically and to sit. And you see some of the tree branches are kind of like molded into a canopy above this space, as you see a small blue fey hearth in the center burning in a brazier. Curon, this would remind you a lot of some of the open air spaces in Elysia that are in a lot of villages, except those are actually carved and woodworked as opposed to druid crafted.
And they're not underneath a massive tree.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, yours are open to the night air. Elysian culture wants to be as close and as exposed to the corpse moon as they can be. That's why they build their homes as high as possible with open air windows, as opposed to underneath within the protective roots of some kind of large tree.
Don,
Get it?
as a note, while other people do things, my guess is, I'm going to spend 2 minutes looking at our new people here to learn some stuff about them.
Okay.
Just so you know, I'm also going to make sure that I tie up our horses on a locally sourced hitching post.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just out in the rain, so I'm going to make sure to curry them well and then get their feed bags on them before joining the team.
And Robert will help you every step of the way.
Y'all forget, I spent 6 months as a Sivian horse worker.
That's true, you did. You all find yourselves coming into this little square or circle of seats, as they kind of you see Elspeth kind of getting some stuff ready off to the side. There's sort of like this small storehouse that she seems to be gathering several things onto a large platter to bring out to feed you all. You see Taram Ron kind of drops the satchel of insect parts down on the ground, as you see him grab this big log that seems to have naturally kind of fallen and drags it over to the brazier and sits on it, and you see him just grab a whole leg, and you see he just starts to clean them up a bit. And then you see Elspeth coming back with a platter in one hand, and then you can see this sort of like tree root that is moving from the tree, the central tree, like almost like a branch that's come down, that's holding this large cast iron pot that it then deposits above the brazier. and you see she waves a hand and it fills with water that immediately starts to steam. And then you see Taramron, without a second thought, kind of just drops big insect parts into the boiling water. As she then finds a seat and looks to you all and just says, well, you know, we don't usually find southerners here, or northerners. We're usually just rescuing Fae folk. What brings you into these dangerous parts?
Kieran looks to Timber.
Timber's off looking in space, kind of like picking at his arm.
What it says. Yeah, I mean,
But-
I don't know, southerner, northerner, who really matters? I'm from underground. That's neither really, and it's always dangerous wherever I go.
Yeah, it depends on how you look at directions. Some could say, metaphorically, you're from the south.
No, he's definitely a northerner.
Timber, I would say there is a slight peace that comes over you when you come in here. From the anxiousness, you feel almost safe here from the voice, more so than you did just from Kieran's magic. I will say some of the creatures that are more animalistic are interested in you. They just sort of like... You'll notice just sort of like these little Fae creatures, these little tiny fireflies pretty much, that kind of look more like they're more fire than fly, will come kind of flutter around you, and they kind of shift between a pink to a blue as they're looking at you, as you see occasionally a pseudo-dragon will just sort of like come crawling up to you like a cat almost, purring, as it'll just sort of sniff at you. Don't mind them.
Do they hurt? Do they attack?
No. Nothing here really attacks. You know, they're free to go anytime they want. They like to stay, and I'm not one to send them off.
I'd imagine that my people would be very interested in creatures like this. These floating insectoids, they would be great for lighting up the mines, and I'm sure that my people would treat them well if they were to if you ever come along some Snifneblin. It would be an interesting thing to trade for, at least.
Well, you know, the most of the Fae folk trapped in this plane of existence, they end up here or somewhere in these forests. They're attracted to what's left of the Fae here.
Yeah, we've noticed that the Fae plays a really strong part in these woods. We've noticed rifts and all this strange like fauna and flora that's been growing everywhere. How do you explain that? When did something like this ever occur in this plane?
Well, I assume you know some things. More see a conflict happened, and don't know how much you know about the Wayward One, but one of his first places he struck was the Fae. Ripped it apart, tree by tree, court by court. Most folk left, jettisoned some, went to the material plane. They had to find somewhere to go. There's something about these forests that still sings the same song.
Right, but that was thousands of years ago. Are these their descendants, or you said you've been here for that long? I say, kind of like, oh, no way, right?
Oh, I've not been here that long. She'll look over to Wiswig and say, we don't see many years. Us gnomes. He's probably been here that long. And she'll nod over to the hulking figure with the yellow pustules and pockmarks and the purple skin, kind of leaning over that fire, drinking that Fae sap. Yeah, these folk, they don't really die unless someone kills them. A lot of people kill them, but every now and then we can rescue one.
And what is he? A giant? What is he?
He's a Fomorian. They were once guardians of the Fae. One might call them, they were the vanguard against the Wayward One. And not a lot of them lived. And those that did, they saw brutal torture. Terrible. Their minds were corrupted, and it's an unhappy existence, and whenever we can find one, we like to soothe their anxiety, soothe what plagues their mind from that brutal war. Thousands of years later, they still hold on to it. They're what they call their failure. They don't speak much, but when they do, we listen. And we'll listen to every word that comes out of their mouth.
It's a shame that they're not more forthcoming. I imagine we have a lot to learn from them.
There's unknown things buried and hidden in those memories, but it's hard for them to break through the trauma. They're not usually this calm, but when you have a friendly face that takes care of you, you tend to bring out the best in those. We've seen troubled pasts, even ones as old as theirs. He'll be okay, as long as he's with us. We hope to find more, but if we can get more stories and more joy into Balig, well, that's a victory.
Well, I think we could all agree that we would be happy to help if there's anything we can do.
Well, you still haven't really told me why you're here. Are you here because of the big boom?
Yeah. That's exactly why we're here.
No.
What do you mean? The big boom, right? We heard a
What?
big boom. We started heading over here.
You weren't really that deep into the forest, but I don't see why anyone would come north.
I cast
the
Mage
big
Hand
boom.
on Wisvik's mouth. No, we're here to look for my wife.
Your wife?
Have you heard of the Highland Syndicate? Or any shady
Nope.
folk having any sort of station or building
Station?
or some sort of hideout in this forest?
You see, she kind of looks perplexed for a moment as she's searching her memories, and then you hear from the other side as he's kind of like stirring, and you see him like throwing different seasonings into the pot. Terramon just looks back at her and says, "To the north, northeast, by the main river. You remember?" She looked like, "Oh, that's right. We don't go near there. There's scarred earth and horrible lights that come from that camp."
What do you mean by horrible lights?
There's some structure in there that spews out horrible lights, and she seems to like for a moment you're like, oh, she's very forgetful, and she's just sort of like, oh, that's where the big boom came from.
I told you.
So you are here for the big boom. It must have been
Apparently, though, it's news to us.
it must have been a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Ah, yes, 3 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago, it was just we were doing our patrols around the camp, and then there was just a shockwave. Something just shook the trees, all of them. We had to. Oh, you should have seen it. These animals, they lost their minds. It took us a week to calm them all down and make them all feel comfortable. Old Balig over there, we almost lost him. We almost went. It was horrible. And when it struck, suddenly we started to see all these cracks, rifts, more than were before.
Now,
That's around the time that the miasma showed up too. And the spores. I think you saw them.
we're familiar.
Tell me, if the Feywild has been so largely damaged from the past, where is all of this Fey energy coming from?
Oh, well, if we're... Once again, you guys don't really know too much about your religions. Or your ancient history.
Would I know this? Would any of us know this?
No, this is actually something you wouldn't really know.
Okay.
Oh, well, if you're lucky like us, the cracks come from what's left of the Ashkeeper, where the Font Mother protects the wells beneath his roots. These trickling waters, they're the sap from the tree. If you're lucky, that's what the crack leads to. That's where the rift goes. But most of the Fae is not that anymore. Most of it's the spores out there. The miasma. There's still folk in the Fae, and they need to flee. And we help them. And the folk that are here are very old. And they don't do well against these spores. So we save them.
Sorry to perhaps change the topic. You said that the Thrykean had been more active of late, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
How long ago about did that start?
Oh, well, we started to notice their draconids coming down from the mountains about a year ago. And then every month they seem to get a little bit more brave. It's gotten much worse since the big boom.
I must commend you for what you're doing here, but I think you're making the best out of a bad thing. These rifts that are opening up, they're allowing for a entity known as what we've known as the Pallid King to infest our lands, and I don't think these mushrooms are good for any of us. I think something must be done. Will you help us investigate this area, this big boom, as you call it? Maybe put a stop to the rifts opening up everywhere?
You see, as you say all of this, particularly as you're mentioning these mushrooms are not good for anyone, you notice Wiswick to your left, like a small troop of these Vegapygmies are kind of walking past you, and you see one just sort of like tugging at your coat and just sort of like grasping at your tools and stuff, and just like a curious little creature.
As I'm talking to her, I'm just like kicking at it, like.
As you just hear these little like they don't. It's not squeaks, but there's squeaking that's happening as what appears to be like vines moving throughout or squeaking next to each other that are like its vocal cords. It's sort of like the sounds it makes, its vocalizations. As you see, it just sort of like just keeps trying to jump up onto your bag. But she looks to each of you and just sort of says, "Well, I mean, we'd be happy to help you if what you're looking for is the big boom. We can certainly show you there, and we'd be happy to help if maybe you might be able to help us."
That's all we ask.
Do you think your wife's there?
Yes. I got some information that she is most likely there.
You see the Taramron, the Firbolg, is just sort of like, seems like he's biting his lip, kind of like just sort of, pesky southerners built that wretched place here. Why should we trust you?
There's no reason you should.
Wiswick searches through his bag and finds his book on the Pallid King. We still have that, right?
Yeah.
And he takes it out and he hands it over to the Firbolg and says,
We recovered this tome from a similar person as what I think we're dealing with here. He had attacked the town and was turning the people into horrible creatures using spores not too different from what I've observed in your forest. I don't know if this proves to be trustworthy to you that I'm giving you this, but maybe you could find out more about your enemy if you just accept a little assistance from us.
and yeah, I like hand it out to him.
It's quite hard to read, though.
He takes it, and it's very tiny in his hands. He just sort of opens it like this. Give me a persuasion roll.
Dang it, why do I do this to myself? I got a 13 plus 0.
He just sort of quickly closes it and hands it back to you. Just sort of looks to Elspeth. She seems to be the one in charge around here. As you see those root, that kind of like tree branch root kind of comes up under beneath her, and she sort of steps onto it, and it lifts her up to the edge of the cauldron, where you see she just sort of starts to take some things out of her her satchel and just sort of starts to dash what looks like some kind of seasoning, although it glows a bright blue color. As you see the stew kind of radiates a glowing color. And then you see another root comes to the side. You can see kind of part of the root, the tree branch, comes off and shapes itself into a bowl that is deposited in her hand and kind of comes off of the tree. She starts to spoon in some of the food for each of you.
Has it been 2 minutes, Sean?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to learn their total class levels. And let's just go with current HP total for both.
You said class level and current HP?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just get to know the straight up numbers, or is it higher or lower than you?
Elspeth has...
Higher or lower than me.
Oh, it's higher or lower than you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's your HP?
57 total.
All right. Elspeth is lower than you. And Taramron is higher than you.
Okay.
And then you wanted to know their class level?
Yeah, just levels, yeah.
Okay. Elspeth is probably the equivalent of a 8th level druid. And Taramron is probably the equivalent of a 10th level druid.
Okay, just, information to have.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So you see the roots of the tree kind of split and turn into these several tendrils that come out, handing each of you a bowl of this glistening blue insectoid stew.
Scarlet doesn't take hers.
Okay. The branch will leave it beside you.
Hey, we appreciate your hospitality, especially to strangers. And yes, you have no reason to trust us. Why we want to go to the place. Maybe it sounds ridiculous that I'm looking for my wife. But, if you help us, we can pay you back in some manner. If you want to see destruction of the facility that caused all this ruckus, we would be happy to put an end to it, as long as I get what I need out of there.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Where's my dice?
Cal would say quietly, like for Timber's ears only, if I was close enough at this point.
Yeah, you could be close enough.
What if the facility they're talking about isn't what we think it is? We're just gonna go some random people in a forest?
Plan B.
I didn't hear that. You were too quiet.
Plan B.
Can anybody hear him? He's so in character. He's unintelligible. Could you please say it in a loud, clear voice, and we will pretend you whispering?
Plan B.
That's what I thought.
I would just kind of like shrug and be like, all right, keep talking, I guess.
That is.
And then he would go and sit next to Scarlet.
That is a 14 for
14
persuasion. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of say both you and Wiswick's efforts together. You see Taram Ron kind of. He scoffs a little, kind of. Not really scoffs as much as he blows. He just sort of like snorts in that way that bovine do. That's like a scoff, just sort of. And looks and nods to Elspeth, who smiles back at him and kind of steps up to you, Timber, first, and kind of hands over this what you would imagine at first would be like a artisanally crafted spoon, wooden spoon, but you notice that it's kind of rooted at the end, almost like she literally ripped some like roots out of the ground and just turned it into a spoon. She'll hand it to you, and just sort of when you take it, she'll take your hands in hers and just say, "We know a loss here. We've known a lot of it over the years. It is never an easy thing to lose family. If we can help you, we will. And we hope, well, we don't expect it, because you may be able to help us in return."
Thank you.
And she'll let go of your hands, and you'll feel a familiar blessing almost come over you to when Huron casts guidance on you. As you see her kind of grasp at a holy symbol on her necklace, or around her neck, sort of this symbol that resembles kind of a druid-crafted symbol of the Font Mother that you had seen outside and have had seen on Wyla's forehead. As she moves away from you and over to Scarlet, where she'll sort of see Scarlet despondent a little bit there with the bowl next to you, and she'll sort of look at you and she'll do that thing that overly positive people do sometimes. As you're like kind of looking down, and she'll just be like with a smile on her face. as she'll then kind of come forward and grab the bowl and take your hand in hers, kind of wrapping your hands around the bowl. And she'll look up at you with a very bright smile. You can kind of see her features now. She's got freckles abound on her face, sort of these light freckles against the darker tan of her skin. She kind of has buck teeth, and that wild mane of hair all around that's kind of held back in the druidic bee's nest. She'll just say, "There's always times to be sad, and you seem to be grieving quite a lot. But you need your rest, and you need your sustenance. I won't force you, but it's good food."
Thank you.
She'll nod her head, and you'll feel a familiar blessing come upon you as the almost like there's these little like berries that come off of the holy symbol that are natural growing fruits off of the holy symbol, and they kind of glow a little as the blessing comes upon you. She'll look kind of stepping up next to Taramran, and she kind of like almost leaps up onto his back because he's kind of always hunched over, and just sort of sits on his shoulder with her own bowl and just starts to as you're all kind of have this peaceful moment that you don't usually get amongst these beautiful creatures. You can kind of hear the occasional bird song from the tree, and squeaks of these creatures that are kind of rushing around this menagerie of fey folk. Some of them seem a bit injured, like they're undergoing a healing process. What would you like to do?
Wiswick picks a piece of bug meat out of his stew and tries to coax one of the pseudo dragons to eat it.
Oh, they're loving it. You see there's like 3 of them around you, and they're all kind of like, you hold it up and they're all kind of jumping up for it, and then you drop it and they kind of all scurry to it, and you see 2 of them ripping it in half, and they all get a little bit of it, but they seem to enjoy it thoroughly.
Yeah, just enjoying their antics. Wiswick just takes the time to take notes on their behaviors and how they act comparatively to the other pseudo dragon he's seen in the past.
Absolutely. These are, the way I'll put it is, these are full-fledged pseudo dragon animals, as opposed to the pseudo dragon you saw in Circe's hall, which was more of a familiar, more of a fey spirit than a fey creature. There's just like a liveliness to these pseudo dragons, a naturalness in the way they're very much like cats. In the way they purr and grasp at the food and scratch at your pants.
Yeah, so I just continue to like entertain myself with the dragons.
Absolutely.
After finishing, Elspeth, where can we sleep? If that's alright.
Oh, certainly. Folks kind of just find a spot and hunker down for the evening.
Do these dragons and wisps bother sleeping folk?
Oh, no. No, they're only bothering you right now because you're newcomers, and we kind of woke them up when we brought you in. But they'll find their rest as best and as much as you will.
They'll probably be leaving in the morning.
If you'd like, we can show you the way.
Be appreciative of that.
It's not too far from here. Probably most of a day's hike, depending on how dangerous the road is. But we can get you there.
one last question. Are there any other tunnels in this area? So goes further down? Perhaps some more rooms like the ones we saw outside? Would you mind if I explored around a bit?
Oh, certainly. I'll be honest. Me and Terramon here, we haven't explored all of the tunnels beneath this tree. There's a lot of them. Goes deep down. Some of the animals like to crawl down there, make their homes deeper down in the earth. But we don't know what's down there entirely. So you'll absolutely feel free to explore. Just try not to disturb anything you find. Yeah, these animals, they're friendly and they're good, but they've seen a lot of trouble. And they can be protective of their nests, and they can be a bit aggressive if you sneak up on them.
I wouldn't imagine you know any of my folk that live down there, or maybe have visited a Dr. Raslin or an Owick.
Can't say I've met many of your folk. You know, you're the first gnome I've seen in a long time. The tunnels go deep. It's certainly possible they lead to the Underdark. But we have not met anyone who's come up from them, other than other fey creatures.
I want to just thank her and then go over to Timber and say,
She said that there's tunnels. This could be what I've been looking for. I know that we've been searching for your wife for a long time, and I want to help you, and it seems like this forest needs our help too. So we should do what you say and go in the morning, but if we have time afterwards, I'd like to come back here. Would that be alright?
Yes, of course.
Wiswick has a big smile on his face because he was expecting the opposite answer. And he just goes back off to play with the pseudo-dragons.
Okay. Is there anything the rest of you would like to do at this point?
If we seem to be wrapping up at like the dinner pit, I would like go. I would head over towards where I think we're probably going to end up sleeping this evening, like in that general vicinity. And I would get all of my gear out. I would just like lay it out, one after another: swords, armor, my coat, etc., and just kind of do a stock taking. Since I've taken a lot of damage, like checking on my armor and everything, and doing like maintenance stuff, like oiling blades and that kind of thing. Especially since we were just in the rain for like most of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to go ahead and like tell me what that is, or if we could just talk about it later.
No, that's reasonable maintenance you would do in any normal kind of destination. I think you might be doing it a little bit. You'd probably be doing it a little bit aggressively and methodically and overdoing it just because of the kind of day you had. Where you're just like, this is there, this is there, this is there, this is there. All right, this is this. We're fixing this. We're fixing this. All right. Let's do it all again.
Yeah. I'm looking at the hole in my coat that thing's fucking scythe arm made, and I'm trying to scrub the blood out. You know.
Yeah. Like your armor is definitely like seen better days, and you're doing what you can to keep it together before you get to like that actual town with the blacksmith. You'd actually at a certain point though, as you're doing this, you would hear the behind you of Taramran as you would just sort of look down at your belongings. What are you doing?
Well, a man who lets his swords grow dull is probably a man who's dead in the next couple days, so we're just keeping track of a few things, doing some maintenance, you know?
He looks down at it and kind of looks at you. There's sort of this back and forth with a quick little... You see he looks at what he can, and he's just sort of... You see hover a hand over a breach in your armor, and then hover a hand over your cloak. You see these green lights coming from underneath his hands. As you see these little tendrils like roots connect down into your armor, and you start to see chain links as he's casting mending on all of your gear.
Oh. I would give him a bow of thanks and respect.
And as you give him an enduring bow, you see him kind of...
Which we should really figure out.
But you see he kind of like is taken aback by him, just gives you a quick aggressive bow, and then kind of stumbles away, almost like he was like, "This is what we do, obviously. Why are you doing this? Will you just fix it?" As he wanders away. Anything the rest of you would like to do before bed?
Are there rocks around, like stones or any pebbles? All right. Scarlet is going to locate one of the areas that's both isolated and has some rocks that are there. She's going to pick up her bowl and she's going to go hand it to Timber. And then she's going to go over to the spot and produce flame some of the stones and put them along her leg before she settles in for the night.
Okay. And for any of you who drank the food, the stew, bug stew, you are healed if you have any damage.
Nice.
For 12 points of HP. And you gain 8 points of temporary HP. And you have advantage on Constitution saving throws for the next hour.
Sweet.
Sweet. Timber's gonna go over to Curon once everybody else kind of like settles in. Curon, before everybody heads to bed, do you mind if you could? I'm a little worried. Can you tie me down?
You're muted.
Muted.
Steph.
Can't hear you.
Or is this the robot?
Just. Oh. Okay.
Stefan, yeah, Curon, you say this to Curon, and he's just frozen.
He's just frozen. That's all he is. He's just frozen.
Technical difficulty.
I can hear you now.
There we go.
Who can you hear?
You.
That's good. If anyone was wondering, I had some major tech issues, but that's okay. Don't use your phone for the D&D. How long could you guys not hear me? I know exactly how long. That's okay.
It's been a while since you said anything.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yes. I did that because it was all messed up. Anyways, Timber, you want me to tie you down?
You saw what happened to me today. Don't know what's going to happen when I fall asleep.
That's fair. That also still seems a little extreme. Well, I was planning on casting Lehman's Tiny Odds. It's so hard to say spells in character. I was planning
you can definitely give it a flavor name if you want. You know, especially as a cleric.
I was planning on, casting Ilyvania's Tiny to rest in tonight, just because, as beautiful as this all is, I am still wary of these woods. So, to that end, you can come within the hut with me.
think
This way we're like separated from everyone and like I can keep a better eye on you.
I'd appreciate that, actually. Before you do
Of
that,
course.
though, Kiran, I know before I didn't have a lot of answers for you, and I still cannot answer a lot of your questions. But I will say, I'm curious. Cannot tell you. You can only find it yourself. During the night, or while we're sleeping, go out into the woods, not too far, by yourself, and see what happens. Maybe for like 15 minutes or something. Not too far away, because obviously, stray too far from camp and danger could be afoot, but you might get some answer. You might not.
You are one of the most cryptic men I've ever met.
And they will continue
And the
being that
seers
way.
of Queen Ayla are quite cryptic. I appreciate that. I think I might do that. Before I cast my little hut, give me a moment and I'll be right back. And Kiran is going to do a once around of the interior. And what he's looking for is more druidic inscriptions and stuff like that. And he's also specifically looking for a teleportation circle. He doesn't know why, but he just feels like there might be a teleportation circle around here.
Okay. Give me an investigation check. And it's like at this point also, as you all are coming to rest, as you see like all of the beasts are starting to find their resting places in their individual nests and things like that. You see the Vegapygmies gathering and clustering in their little mud hives. You see the pseudo dragons kind of all clustered in the hollows of the tree. The bats are still up there, but their silver glowing eyes are all closing. The only thing that seems to be staying awake are these wisps that kind of just float around, but they've kind of dimmed a little bit, almost like they're entering a dormant state. And then you see across the room, the only thing that seems to not be going to bed or preparing for sleep is Balig, the Fomorian, who just sort of seems to sit there and stare at the fire, kind of with this grieving face, every now and then just sort of... You just hear these groans coming from him. What would you get for your investigation?
17.
17? Okay. So what you find is that there's no immediate teleportation circle in this area. You do see several tunnels that lead downward. And there are several like half-sunken like old pillars or stone structures that you do find occasional iconography that's similar to the Fey sigils, the Druidic sigils. Likely ancient wood elven structures, or perhaps something else. You don't know for certain. As you're kind of moving around, you notice Elspeth is with Taramran quickly behind her. Just seems to be checking in at every space. You see her tossing she has like a basket of fish that she is tossing to you. You suddenly see like in one of the hollows tunnels is like a pack of blink hounds that you see her like tossing meat to as they're just sort of like blinking and snapping the meat out of the air. And then they all kind of like cluster around and find their own resting place.
Here on the island of
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That should be the
a
name
cowboy who rides an ostrich. Sorry.
That is the name of... I name all the chapters of this, and it is called The Home of the Misfit Fae.
No. A train with square wheels.
You see a blink dog that just can't quite blink right.
Fun fact,
I love him.
in the original release of that film, they never went back for those Misfit toys. They just fucked off, and then they added a scene in because all the kids were like, "Hey, what happened?"
But you do see, like, I mean, these are, it's 100% that, like, they are, like, injured or recovering fey creatures. Like, one of the blink dogs does blink wrong. Like, blinks up and just, like, is suddenly upside down and just, like, falls backwards.
Oh,
I
want him.
But then I quickly, like, no one saw that. And then you notice when she finishes up, she kind of goes to the central trunk of the interior tree, where you see there's actually just a little door that she just opens up, and you see there's like bright light in there that looks homey and warm, and she just sort of looks around with a last like sort of all in a day's work, and she goes in and closes the door. You see Taramron kind of saunters past you, giving you a quick little as you see him actually go and sit with Baelig the Fomorian. Just you sort of see, first he kind of like pulls the blanket over him more and kind of wraps it around him, and he puts a big hand on his shoulder, even though the Fomorian is sitting and is as tall as him. And then you see him go across from him and sit by that fey fire there and just sort of stand vigil and watch and take care of a friend through the night. What would you like to do?
So after his investigation, so while he's doing this once over, he's going to stop by Scarlet and then Cal and just kind of tend to their injuries. Not tend, I guess, but check on them. Seeing Scarlet heating these rocks, he might be like, oh, that's, good thinking to help with the soreness. But maybe you should do it like this, he says, like trying to be helpful.
She just kind of silently accepts your help, and just lets you do what you're doing.
And that's the face
Yeah.
Kieran makes as he freezes. Yeah, Kieran.
Back.
There you go. Kieran, you can definitely check on Cal and Scarlet easily enough, and make sure they're taking care of their wounds properly. It's kind of realistically, this is sort of your nightly ritual. Every time the party gets into a significant fight where significant injury has happened, you being the expert in healing, you'll come and be like, okay, let me just make sure that everything, the heals went right. Let me give you a little whatever I have left to make sure it sets. Especially with this most recent injuries, which were fairly extreme. And then if you would like, you can make your way outside.
And then what?
If you want to go outside as Timber recommended, or do you not want to do that?
Kieran was going, he's gonna look at Timber and kind of be like, should I go now? Or like, should I go now? Or wait.
What?
Time for it.
Say that again.
Is there a time for it?
Did I freeze again?
Yes.
No.
Is there like a specific time when the clock strikes 12?
No.
You're just
Kieran,
delayed?
take this, and I hand him one of my last extra incense, and I say, burn this.
All right
Wait.
then. I guess I'll see you in a little bit. Kieran says, bemused, and he'll leave.
Okay.
Q, where are you going?
Just going out to get a little fresh air. Wanted to see the light of Iluvania for a bit before coming back in.
Alright. That checks out.
As he walks away.
Give Kieran a +1 to lying, since he's learned how to lie.
I was literally about to say, as he's walking out, he just kind of like looks at his hands like, what am I becoming?
Is that the first time he's actually pulled off a full out lie? Just like
that
a
was
straight
definitely
up.
the first
Yeah.
real lie. That wasn't just like a lie by
Let me just
omission.
not answer this. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Kieran. So you step outside and you kind of immediately feel the rain spattering against you. Kind of the cloudy sky with occasional beams of moonlight coming through. How far away would you like to go from the camp? Because in front of you, kind of, there's the large pond. To your left is immediately forest. To your right is the stream feeding the pond, and on the other side of it, forest. And then beyond, there's more forest.
Kieran would probably head to the pond, close to its shore, on either like a nice outcrop or like a little mossy area, to, you know, sit down, sticks the incense in, lights it, because Kieran doesn't have any radiant flame, because radiant fire sparka.
Totally works that way.
Yeah.
Easy enough. You kind of find like the pond itself has these large jutting out rocks that kind of hang over it. You can easily find one that you can sit on the edge of, kind of place down a something to hold the incense as you light it with the sacred flame. You're sort of the smoke starts to waft up, resisting the rain around it. Maybe due to whatever magic incense he might have, or due to your sacred fire. You're unsure. You're simply unsure of what to do entirely. Though being a devoted cleric, you have an understanding of ritual. And sort of in this moment, you're taking in these deep breaths. Looking out at the lake, as you can see the dark surface of it, kind of that vibrato of raindrops hitting it. But then occasionally you just see the silvery streaks of fey that are kind of beneath the surface, coming from whatever rift is beneath the water. And you kind of start to watch those and kind of fall into a familiar meditation. Not your typical Ilyuvanya prayer, but just sort of letting the rain calm you, letting your breath find balance, and sort of staring into the swirls of the Fae to distract yourself, to try to turn off your material mind to enter into that state. And then you kind of you feel your peripheries darken, almost tunnel-like, till you're seeing these Fae lights dancing. And then they start to flicker out, your vision darkens more as you start to inhale the incense. And then it all goes completely dark. You can still hear the rain, although it's muted. And then a pillar of twilight light pillars down over you. For a moment, give me a religion check. For a moment, give me a religion.
Just for a moment. 15.
15. Okay, that's just enough. It's comforting, the light of this twilight light. It's familiar but foreign. It at the same time feels new, but also feels like the safety you feel in your Twilight Sanctuary. And as the rain and insects mute away around you, you hear the fluttering of the owl's wings. You see it land as almost like the light grows, the twilight pillar around you, to illuminate the ruined tower in the middle of the pond. As you can see the owl sitting there, perched on one of the forested steps, staring down at you. You see those big owl eyes that have constellations in them, and the dark onyx feathers, barely visible. Mainly the starlight in its eyes, what stands out as it just stares down at you. What do you do?
For reference, about how far is this from Huron? Like, how far is the...
Not that far. The
From
pond, I keep saying big pond, but mostly just because it's a big thing in the area. It's not a massive pond. It's a recess in the cliffside that's gathering the water mostly. That's a little deep.
Okay.
Almost like the tower is sinking into the ground and it's bringing the water recess down. So I'd say it's really only like 30 feet away from you.
Okay. Cool. So then Huron, seeing this owl, says, speaks out to it. I assumed I would meet you when Timba sent me out here. Tell me, are you the one that possesses him when he enters into that rage?
Cocks its head to the
No.
side. And it cocks its head back up.
No. I thought you might be the one to relieve him of that curse. At least I assume that's why he's following you.
You see the owl flutters down and soars over the water. The water is pitch black. There's a lot of, the light is sapped from everything around you and is really only existing within its eyes and the pillar around you. As it soars over the water and then just lands right in front of you. And, like anyone who sees an owl from far away, once it's right up in front of you, you're like, oh, they're kind of big. As it's just sort of standing in front of you, kind of you sitting cross-legged, it's almost as, it's up to your shoulders in its height as it just sort of... The eyes are much more magnificent up close as you see no different than the starry sky above. What do you do?
Who indeed? Hoot are you?
You
My
see...
friends would be very glad that I made that joke.
Fucking boo, kid.
But you know what? That's so Curon though. Curon's the kind of guiding force. Like, this is my Lord of the Rings reference. Like Gandalf in the way that Gandalf said to Merry in the Mines of Moria, "Always follow your nose." That's the Gandalf energy Curon
He
has.
said it to Frodo, didn't he?
I thought he said it. Damn, I've been defeated. I can never make a Lord of the Rings reference now.
If only that were true.
Anyway, the owl looks at you, and as you say this, you see its arms outstretch, and the wings outstretch to their full wingspan, and they almost take up the entirety of your vision as you see kind of little lights in the feathers, like stars, like the twilight sky. As almost your vision is completely overwhelmed by it, and then suddenly you feel as though you're staring up at the starry sky, at that boundary between day and night. And you find yourself laying in a field, staring up at this sky. And you just start to hear the raindrops come back from where you were.
Oh, you guys froze.
You're staring up at the starry sky that seemingly this owl creature has presented before you, as you would see.
Wings.
Yeah, its wings outspread. It kind of melded into a night sky, and now you find yourself laying on your back in a field. and you lift your head up from this field, and you look up and you see a large mountain that sort of stands alone amongst a valley of other mountains. And you see kind of just barely on the edges of this mountain, small structures. And a few tiny lights that are purple in color. So you do not know what this place is, but you are seeing the sulk that has been mentioned before, off camera, Timber alone. And then you get this quick, violent thrashing image in your head of the billowing black smoke pouring out from the wound in the corpse moon. And then it just sort of dissipates, and you're back in front of the pond where you see the owl in front of you, its wings outstretched coming back down, and it shrieks at you. And then the shriek is so loud and overwhelming that it knocks you out of this meditation. And suddenly the rain starts to fall back down around you, the sounds of the night overwhelming, and you hear the shriek shift to the guttural, high-pitched, thunderous shriek of one of the insectoid dragonids. That does not sound like it's too far away.
It's definitely.
I like that that's the face he
Yeah,
chose to
that's-
freeze on.
Yeah.
Right? Right? It's like...
Oh, he's back.
So I heard most of that. The thing that I did not catch, which is most important, I think, is what violently entered my mind. The image.
The image that violently
Or-
entered your mind was the corpse moon, the black smoke billowing from the corpse moon. And then
Okay.
the owl shrieked at you. The shriek was deafening, and then you came out of the meditation, and that shriek melds into the shriek of one of the insectoid dragonids. That sounds like it's very close.
All right, gonna get up, stand up for his right to leap. He's gonna go back into the roots.
Okay, so you kind of hurriedly hearing this, and it sounds very close. You rush back inside to try to get some protection inside of the burrow. What do you do once you're in there?
Is Taram Ron still up?
Yes, he is.
Gonna quickly head over to him, and if he sees Timber, he's gonna be like, one second, and just convey to him that the information that there's one of those insectoid dragons close by, and I was just out for a quick meditative session when I heard one of those insectoid dragons that you slayed, and we also slew earlier. Do they come around here often?
You see, he's trying to hide it at first, but he's hiding a little bit of panic as soon as you say this, as you're sort of like, not usually. From what direction?
From what direction did I hear it?
It would have been coming from the south.
Coming from the south.
You see, he'll just sort of look a little panicked. He looks up at the Fomorian and sort of nods, and he says, I might recommend waking your friends. It might not be the best idea to rest at this point, but to stay alert. I will get Elspeth and check it out. If they are as close as that is not good. Stay alert.
Of course, we'll meet you at the the exit.
That might be the best.
And
you see he immediately stands up and kind of grabs a large quarterstaff, a full staff, from the side, and he you see him immediately kind of gaze at the Fomorian, and then he rushes off up the entrance pathway into the exterior, as you can head over to your friends to wake them if you'd like.
First, he's gonna go to Timber, and as he approaches, goes, "Well, it left me with more questions than answers, but your Void Owl friend, Nether Owl, Star Owl, whatever we want to call it, does appear to be similar to Iluvania. I don't know how. I don't know even if it is an actual correlation, but whatever powers protect you, I believe, are similar to the powers that I protected by."
Could I hear this? Like, am I in the tiny hut too? I want to be in the tiny hut.
Tiny Hut's not up yet.
I never cast
Oh, okay.
Tiny Hut.
Never mind
Yeah,
then.
I'd imagine this is somewhat private to the side.
Yeah. Timber kind of gets up after doing something else. Which I'll explain in a second. It's very minor. And,
No problem.
puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Where the day meets night." That's all you need to know.
That's twilight. Where the day meets night, that's twilight. Oh, Timber, you're a poet, and I did not know that about you.
You didn't. That was my previous occupation.
Previous occupation.
I was-
Well, we can get into that later. Right now, we've got some trouble afoot, Kieran says,
do you
putting
mean?
his hands on his hip.
And I'd say at that
As
point, you all hear a muted screech that kind of echoes into the hall at this point. Which Kieran, you would be like, it's closer. Based on how
as
it
that
sounds.
happens, Kieran's gonna point to the exit and go, "I had just warned Therum Ron about this. There's another of those insectoid dragon creatures. I think he's gonna need our help. Let's go get the others." Let's go get the others.
Also, the minor thing that I wanted to do before Kieran got back is carve into Scarlet's bowl, remember your meditation, and then mage hand the bowl back next to her.
I love it.
You can see this shadowy
But
cloud
how does
kind of
Scarlet feel?
just present this down in your lap as you were getting ready to rest 10 minutes before present time. As you're just looking at it like, so yeah, and then you all hear a very loud screech echoing into the hall from outside as you see like birds and bats and pseudo dragons burst out of all the crevices in the roots and start to kind of erratically swirl around this central chamber as you all hear this familiar cry outside, as you hear kind of a little bit of a rustling in the soil all around you. So you hear what sounds like digging. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Ah,
We're going to take a quick
What's all the noise out here?
we're going to take a quick 5-minute break so we can use the restroom if we need to. We'll be back very shortly, folks, so please stick around as things are going to get interesting. They're already pretty interesting, but we will be right back in 5 minutes.
No.
Welcome back, everyone, to Advantage in Paradise. Thank you for sticking around with us through the break. We've got things heating up a bit as our allies, our friends, have just heard the screeches of the insectoid draconid outside, and now they're hearing the burrowing sounds of something crawling through the earth of this home for Misfit Fae. You are all immediately alerted to the sound of this. You don't need Timber and Curon to let you know. You all kind of come out of the very shallow sleep you may have already had as you hear this screeching that has to be within 200 feet of this place, and heading here. It's Curon knows since he heard it further away before and moving fast. You all suddenly lurch up and look around. You hear a scratching noise like it's burrowing through the earth. What do you want to do? There's the flurry of creatures flying around this hall as you see these wisps kind of glowing brighter and then retracting, growing brighter and retracting. You already saw Taram Ron run outside.
I rapidly get all my gear back on.
Wiswick wants to try and use his knowledge of burrowing creatures and maybe predict where this thing might be coming out of and try and get a vantage point on it.
Give me a perception check. This is like a
Where are
pre-combat
horses?
moment. Like you guys are
17.
The interior of the hollow of the tree, the battle map is not set up for there. So that we're gonna play Theater of the Mind while you're in there. And if you want to go out to try to fight the insectoid monster that's coming, you can. Or wait for it to burrow into the ground. But you are all, so if it's a perfect kind of donut around this tree, you are all in the back corner, in the top like left of it, so to speak, where you've chosen your camp. The burrowing is coming from all around. Wiswick, what was the your roll?
Yeah, 17.
17. The burrowing is coming from all over, but you particularly hear 3 points of burrowing from around your guys' camp. What does everyone want to do? I know Cal's getting ready. Curon, what do you want to do?
Curon's going to shout to his companions, "I'm going out to assist. Taram Ron went out a moment earlier." And he's gonna get on Rocco and ride out, making sure that he'll lean down close onto Rocco's neck so that he can kind of quickly gallop out without hitting his head.
Easily enough to do. You start to gallop out on Rocco.
Rocco.
As you're doing that, you notice Elspeth coming out of her home and looking around worriedly, trying to rush to help calm the
Seeing her come out, Curon's gonna shout, "There's more of those insectoid dragons of the Thrankin. Thrakeen. Taram Ron went out above. I'm going to join him." As he gallops out.
You start to gallop up the tunnels as fast as you can to join Taram Ron. Timber, what are you doing?
I'm following very closely to behind Curon.
Excellent. Scarlet, what are you doing?
Can I hear the 3 centered points? The 3 burrow center points.
Yes, you can't pinpoint them quite as well as Wiswick has, but you can tell that there are creatures burrowing towards you from behind your camp.
Okay. I will pull out Caleb's blade and just kind of back up a little bit, and I'm just gonna wait and see what happens, what comes out.
Okay.
Cal would join Scarlet.
Okay.
In like a point thing, and I would also say, "Robert, get the horses back," to make sure they're away from where those things are coming from.
Yeah, and you see Robert has his dagger out, and he's puts it away. He puts it away quickly, I'm fine with not fighting, and runs. And you see Embla grabs her rapier and joins the 3 of you, or the 2 of you, kind of holding that kind of a line against where you can see there is soil to be dug through and
a
roots
triangle,
to be dug
like
through.
a wedge.
Exactly.
Yeah, make it
A
cool.
Flying wedge.
So
We're all
so
like
much
shoulder to
so-
shoulder, back, not back to back, but like that kind of vibe. Yeah.
100%.
An 80 formation. The flying V.
So
Yeah, 3 people. So
So on the battle map for you guys, there's not a full burrow battle map, but the top corner, the top of the map, I'm gonna use for your guys' positioning with any enemies that might come for those inside.
Wiswick's going to, I guess, first help out Cal just to pinpoint where those 3 separate locations, and then he's gonna hop on the back of Jasper and head. He takes his time, just saying like pointing everything out that he noticed, and then heads to catch up with Timber and Kieran.
Okay, excellent. Let me just position you all out here. All right, and Timber, you can go ahead and bring us to the battle map, and I need initiative rolls from everyone.
Vigilance blessing.
On yourself or on Timber? Those are the only, either yourself or Timber.
On myself.
Okay.
Because I'm just gonna say, since I forgot about it till now, but also I need it. I always roll so low. Oh my!
he rolls a natural 20.
Of course it did.
Natural
He
one.
rolled,
that
he rolled
one?
the same thing I did. He rolled the
A
same
natural
thing I
1
did. Me
and a
too.
natural 5.
Oh my god.
Even with advantage, your boy's a slowpoke.
Okay. All right. 20 to 25.
24.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, you don't need to brag.
Yeah, you don't need
to brag.
Yeah, you know what?
15 to 19.
18.
You need to brand count.
10 to 14.
Nobody heard me brag.
13.
Everyone heard you do. So.
We didn't have the power hour for me to argue with you this week.
There's the children
Sparks are flying
are bringing
in this
Shannon
heated
down,
battle.
so she can't.
I don't have the energy for this.
She can't repartee with Tim
A
anymore.
duel of souls and swords.
Yeah, no.
Wiswick, what did you get?
I got an 8. 1 plus 7.
Okay.
Your initiative is a 7?
I get to use my initiative modifier. I mean, my intelligence modifier for initiative. I don't know why. It's a part of being a war wizard.
Yeah, that was
It's
translated.
almost like your class is broken.
That was actually translated into the Artificer. But okay.
I got a quick mind.
Okay, so
Okay.
Scarlet, you're up first. You are hearing these burrowing coming through the ground as you start to see these claws start to rip the earth away. As you see fungus zombies are ripping through the ground and pulling themselves in. As you see 3 of them kind of starting to breach the earth.
This is where Kieran needed to be. He could finally use,
Destroy undead.
destroy undead.
Moonbeam. I don't know why you've never used
Bye,
Moonbeam.
Crush.
As they're
Wait,
burrowing through, you notice on all spots of this interior, several others are burrowing in.
Oh my god. Okay. So can I see any of their any faces yet, or is it just claws?
Just claws ripping through. You might hear like occasionally, and
right.
maybe see their faces a little bit, but they're definitely like you can see them.
Okay. So I'm going to ready my action with a produce flame. And I'm gonna ready as soon as I see one of their faces, I'm gonna launch it at it.
Okay.
Clearly. See their face clearly.
All right, so you're holding your produce flame attack
The whites
until
of their eyes.
the whites of their empty eye sockets that are filled with spores.
The white
the
of their
whites-
spores.
The whites
The
of their
whites,
spores.
like the undead whites. You know.
Okay.
There.
All right, that's Scarlet's turn. Outside, the lot of you have kind of reached the exterior. You kind of reel your horses. you're at the stream at this point. The horses are not like in battle mode to just like rush across the stream. They're just, riding horses. They're not war horses. As you see, Taramran is standing on that same rock that Kiram was meditating on.
There.
As he's just sort of looking out to the forest, as you hear the screech of the creature as it exits the forest top. Kiram might want to just keep his audio on and turn his video off. As the... Which we'll just have Wiswick and Kiran swapped.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, we'll just have... Steph, once you can hear us, you should probably just keep your video off and leave your audio on. I'm just going to type that.
Or just fuck off, I guess.
Or we're just, yep.
Anyway, the insectoid draconid comes bursting through the forest line, ripping trees apart as it comes through, its serrated claws ripping away at the trees as it lands on the top of that ruined tower in the center of the pond. It's just looking out like... as you hear that kind of, like, loud, ear-piercing screech coming from its opened, serrated neck. As it is going to look around to all of you, and it is going to immediately breathe out this noxious, fuming, poisonous breath that shoots out in a cone in front of it for 60 feet.
Am I?
Which is actually not going to hit Wiswick. So I need a Constitution saving throw from Timber, Kiran, and Taramran.
Reminder, you have advantage because of the soup.
Exactly.
Advantage!
Almost like the DM planned this. Your horses also need to give me Constitution saving throws.
Huron fed. No, I'm just kidding. What would be their save? Is just a 0.
Horses, it's actually +1 for the horses.
Oh.
All right, Taramran made the save. Timber, what'd you get?
20.
Nice, you made the save. Kiran?
22 for Kiran and a 13 for Rocco.
Okay, so Jasper doesn't need to make the save because he's outside of it. All right, Rocco does not succeed. And as you're standing there, Rocco starts to... You see this poison kind of just cluster all around you, and it starts to, like, you feel your skin burning a little bit, almost like a sunburn feel, but you're able to kind of, like, hold it off as you kind of inhale some... You cover the mouth with the rags you all have to kind of prevent the poison a little bit. So you don't get poisoned. You only take half damage, which is 7 points of poison damage. Stefan, Rocco collapses to the ground, flinging you off of him. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw. As you hear the guttural sounds of Rocco as he is unconscious and dying.
Never name your horse.
It's 15 points of damage, and Rocco did not succeed, and riding horses have 13 hit points.
So, since I saved, I took 7 points.
Yes.
Of poison, and then since I'm resistant, I take half of that.
Yes, so 3.
Remember when you gave me that Archdruida?
Yep.
Ring. Remember that? And I removed the curse. Good times, guys. I failed the dex. I got a 7 for the dex saving throw.
Alright, so then you will be prone on your next turn. As you are knocked off of your horse.
That doesn't matter compared to Rocco.
and fall forward to the ground as you turn and look back and see Roko kind of writhing in pain on the ground. You see Jasper kind of reeling back as this poison cloud is on the ground around you, Wiswick, but dissipating before it hits you. As Timber is kind of like covering his mouth and coughing just a little bit as the poison is hurting him, but not doing a lot of damage. That is the Mantis Draconid's turn. It is now the Thrykene's turn. As Curon, you are... Actually, no. Taramron's the most exposed, so they're gonna go for him. And maybe one of them is gonna go for you, Curon. All right. So the first one misses Taramron. The second one, nat 20s him. And Curon, since you're prone, they have disadvantage on you because that's ranged attacks. But that is still gonna be a 19 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. Alright, so that is 8 points of piercing damage for you, Curon.
You're 8.
And then that is going to be 12 points of piercing damage to Taramron. Okay, so you watch as Taramron's kind of looking out. The Mantis Dragon has landed and kind of roars out and spews this poison out. And then you see him kind of like shield himself a little bit to avoid the poison, but then kind of brings his staff down and gets ready for the fight. Inside, Cal, you are up.
Okay. So I'm looking at the board here.
Yes, you guys inside are the top right.
Yeah.
You see the three zombies.
So Scarlet, I just saw prep a flame.
Yes.
I'm gonna be like, she can deal with probably at least one of them, and I'm gonna go and stand in between the two on the right. So move me 1 up and 3 to the left, so I'm like diagonally between them. Okay, so maybe we're looking at this differently. Move me 1 to the right of where I am and over 2. Yeah, now forward 2. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
It's because of the camera angle.
Yeah. And I'm gonna attack them with the prongs of the black. I'm gonna swap it out to the long version, and I'm gonna use for I think the first time, sweeping attack.
Oh, nice.
So I'm attacking the one on the far right.
Yep.
Well, I natural 20'd, Sean. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that hits.
Yep.
Okay. So it's that plus the 4 for that. Double dice is 10. Double dice is 14 plus 7, so 21 damage to the one on the far right.
Okay.
And then I do double dice is 8 plus I do 15 damage to the one in the middle.
One in the middle gets 15 and the one on the right gets 21. Okay. The one on the so you whip the prongs of the black out and go for this sweeping strike to try to hit both of them. It cuts into the abdomen of this zombie that you see is now kind of like starting to, like, half its body is out of the burrow, and you just sort of like catch it right at the chest and rip its flesh open as you see it almost cut through entirely from like shoulder to shoulder, and it almost kind of like the head kind of flops forward, and it just sort of like just barely alive as the second one you bring the rest of the prongs splattering the ooze acid onto it as it just sort of like comes out, its head coming out with the arms, and just sort of like you rip its jaw off and the acid burns away some of the flesh on its face as they're just pulling themselves. You can see their skin and flesh pulling back as they rip themselves out of the ground, sort of being caught on the stone and root. And you've dealt significant damage to 2 of them. but they are both still alive.
Question.
I'm gonna do it again then.
Are these zombies? What kind of creatures are they?
They're undead?
Sorry, previously, before they were zombies, are these like other?
Yeah, they're humanoids. They're probably humans, maybe wood elves. The ones that are here, at least. Some of the ones in the rest of the room are other. There's you don't, but they might see like one that is a gnome or one that's an orc, or they're all sorts of
What?
races. Yeah.
That's crazy. Sorry, I just want to.
All right, Cal, going for another attack on these fungus zombies.
Same thing, sweeping strike, going back the other direction.
Excellent.
Does a 21 hit?
A 21 definitely hits. The zombies have shit for AC.
So this time I'm starting with the one on the left. And
I see.
Yeah. And I am doing 13 damage. Yeah, 13 damage to him.
Okay. All right. So the one in the left is still alive. As you cut across it, it's getting out of the ground at this point as you kind of rip up over its chest, kind of splitting its abdomen in half as you see these gusts of spores shoot out of the chest. The one in the middle, you clean cut its head off. As it falls to the ground, the head rolling towards you, you see little spores peeling out of the head. As the one on the left and right are still alive.
Well, I never did any damage to the one all the way on the left.
Oh, you did again on the right? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I started with the one on my left.
Sorry.
So the one in the middle and the one on the right.
Then reverse that. Exactly what I just said, but reversed. The one on the left is still kind of alive, and you see it's about to get out of the earth, where on its turn, when it does actually get out of the earth, Scarlet will get her attack. Anything else, Cal?
Yeah. No. Okay, I totally misunderstood, but I see what you just did. No, nothing else.
Exactly, yeah. Great. All right, Cal, that was your turn. It is now Taramron's turn outside. So those of you who are kind of dealing with the situation outside, flurry of arrows coming from the woods, this mantis dragon there, you see Taramron took an arrow to the shoulder, and you see him as he holds the staff up, and you see it kind of shrink down into nothing, as you see these two massive wings rip out from his back as his form shifts into the griffin that you saw earlier.
Check out Sean's new toys.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Choice.
I'm a little child. Yes, I am. As he flings forward to meet this creature and goes for a griffin's multi-attack. All these dice, what do I do with them? All right. Nice. Those are both going to hit as he goes for a bite attack and a claw attack. So bite attack first. All right, so he swipes the creature for 15 points of damage as the claws just rake into its chest. As you can see, that kind of bile starts to pour out of it. And then the second attack with the beak is going to deal 9 points of damage. As you see, the griffin just sort of charges forward, kind of wings outstretched, and just sort of immediately does a quick dive to the side and up into the creature's chest as the claws dig and rake into the chest, and the beak goes right in for a rip on the back carapace of its neck as they are now engaged in a melee struggle. That is Taramron's turn. Timber, you are up. Wiswick, you are on deck.
The archer.
Huron, what was your initiative roll actually? I didn't write it down.
Schlicks 6.
Okay, perfect. Then you're after Wiswick.
You're perfect.
All right, Timber, you're up.
Can we see the archers?
You cannot. You've only seen arrows fling from the forest line.
How far is the forest line?
Where the arrows are coming from is about, I'd say, somewhere between 50 and 60 feet.
And where is the
50 or
dragon?
60 feet from the bank, not from you. From you, it's probably more like 70 to 80.
So is it like south?
Say that again?
Are they like coming from the south and like opposite side of the bank?
So where you can see on the battle map where the monster is fighting with the griffin, they're like on the other side of the bank. They're kind of doing like they're coming from the south, but they're kind of doing a flanking maneuver, it seems, coming around the pond to hit you a bit from the north. Since the north is really your only clean exit from this space, they're kind of seem to be coming around to fire arrows from that direction.
All right, I'm gonna use my movement and and use
Wish
my
I had a laser pointer.
bonus action.
You're right here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to step of the wind.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to get to the forest line and get vision of these archers.
Okay. How what's the speed with Step of the Wind?
With step of the wind, that's 90.
Excellent. So fucking fast. You 100% can get to the forest line, and you would immediately see kind of like you come like speeding past, and you kind of dash across the pond on the side where there's just sort of rocky soil to block you, but you dart up, do some monk shit, flip over, run over, and you kind of stop real quick as you look and you see these two Thrykean just sort of like with their bows out, like just about to knock an arrow, kind of hidden in the brush, about to get up to fire on their next turn, but you are on them now. You still have your action.
Is that all my movement?
That is, no, it is 75 feet, so you still have 15 feet of movement.
Now, I wouldn't have engaged in 5 feet of them. I don't know.
You could easily be further back.
All right, I know. I'm just looking at the battle cam.
It's mostly because it's the edge of the table.
Right. Yeah. No, I figured. I know you're just working with what you have. I'm going to try to take Wiswick's advice and hold my hand up and cast Chain Lightning.
Use the glove. Nice. Okay.
And I hope it could bounce from one to another to the dragon.
Okay.
And for flavor, I'm gonna get knocked back 5 feet with my additional movement.
Absolutely. Any bolts can then leap from the target to as many as 3 other targets, each of which must be within. It can. They are within 30 feet of the of the creature, so that's dex saving throws for all of them. I love it. There's a reason I gave you this. All right. So.
Oh, let me.
Okay. So that is a 18 from the insectoid dragon.
Figured.
18 from the insectoid dragon, and then 17 from one of the Thrykean, and then an 8 from the other one. So what's the save on that? I think it's supposed to be, since it's an item, I think I set it at 15.
Yeah, 15 is what you said.
Cool.
So only one of them.
So 2 succeed, 1 fails. So the dragon and 1 succeeds, then 1 fails. So for chain lightning, that is
10d8.
10d8 lightning damage, and they'll still take half. So fucking roll that shit. As you see, Timber kind of is darting forward. He's in his hybrid form, but he's still running on all fours to get that distance. And you see him kind of like skid up and then pull up, stand up straight, hold out his arm, kind of like grasping it, like remembering last time it flung him back. And sort of you see like these arcs shoot from the center of the gauntlet he wears up to the fingertips, and then come together into one arc, and then fires out, and it's just sort of like it kind of like almost like a rock skid across water. It kind of bounces off the ground and strikes into one of these Thrykean, bouncing to the next one, and then shooting right back into the mantis dragon, all while just sort of as they're all sort of, you don't hear, they don't scream, the Thrykean, they just sort of like click.
Click,
And
click, click.
and then the mantis dragon lets out a uproarious roar. So go ahead and uproarious roar. Go ahead. I'm a great DM. Go ahead and roll your d8.
You said it, not
I
us.
got a 45 damage.
45. All right.
So half that's 22.
Yep.
Round it down or round it up, I forget all the time.
Yeah. So yeah, the Thrykean that took the brunt of the damage is just roasted. You just see this creature is just immediately just bursts into ash as you see the bolt. It took most of the bolt as the weakened version shot through the others. The other Thrykean archer is still alive. It's just sort of like, and then you see it hit the back of the mantis dragon that takes the 22 damage half.
Well, it's 45 half. It's 22. So.
It was wait.
It was
90
originally. It was
total?
originally 45. Sorry,
Okay.
you said 22 halved. I got confused.
Oh, sorry. I meant 22 as the half.
Yeah.
Okay. So that Thrykean, one Thrykean still alive. The mantis took the half damage as well. That is your turn. You were shot back 5 feet. I know the battle map's a little confusing with the multiple areas, but we'll work with what we have currently. That is your turn, Timber. Wiswick, you are up next.
Oh, I gotta see if I break it. Okay, we're good.
Oh, that's right.
Yay.
If you use the chain lightning, it can break. You're on deck.
Dang.
Wiswick.
Oh shoot! Sorry, it is my
Sorry.
turn.
Yeah, it's your turn.
I was a little confused. Okay.
No problem.
I was reading spells. I'm gonna go with a, thinking with his brain, he decides to cast his summon elemental spirit. He recovered a 4th level spell point using arcane recovery a while back, and I'm going to summon a water elemental out of the water to attack the giant dragon thing.
Sorry. Okay, so you're going to summon a water elemental.
Yep.
Sean's like, God damn it, I don't have a special mini for this.
Oh, he's got the
You're
toys.
like, oh no, but he's gonna look. He's gonna
He's got the
look.
toys.
Oh, I'm so mad because I absolutely have like something that could represent this. What size creature is it?
Medium.
Perfect. Let me just find
Maybe
one of
if you
these.
organized your office, you'd be able to find it easily.
Shannon, not now. Oh, I know.
All right, so there's actually some weird math that I have to do now.
We can't all be
Elemental-
Matthew Mercer with a full studio. So you're gonna summon it
Actually,
right where they are, so they can attack.
Yes, it's gonna be right in the water next to the dragon. I assume it's like on that side where you first had it.
So it's might be hard to see, but it's there.
I see it. I'm also gonna stay far back myself with the horse, like near that Christmas tree.
You got it.
And we're gonna attack with the elemental spirit, which has a very. I'm gonna have to calculate the hit points and armor class in a minute, but we'll do a slam attack. Slam them. Equal to
with-
half the spell's level, rounded down.
Oh, jeez.
So the spell's level's 4, so half is 2. It makes 2 attacks.
Okay.
They're both slam jams.
Go for it.
I got a 16 on the first roll.
Does not hit.
Oof. And how about a 23 on the second hit?
That will hit. I don't know why
Alright.
I haven't done this before. Just lift my camera up so I can stand up during combat.
And I rolled a 1 on damage, so it's 5 bludgeoning damage.
Excellent. So this
What a waste
water,
of a spell!
this water elemental kind of surges out of the water. Wait a second. Wiswick,
Ooh,
give me
it's the
2 more
magic
attacks.
Okay.
Because
This is
it's
by the
magic
water.
water. And it's
You don't have-
doubles. So it's as if you cast an 8th level spell.
Ooh, that's a thing?
Wow.
Face up, baby.
Sick. So
Kieran's
I
gonna
rolled,
jump into that water.
I rolled another 16 and an 18.
Sorry, both of those miss.
Oh my god!
So this water elemental kind of coagulates in the water, and you can see it almost moving like a creature about to breach the water as you see it burst up. I mean, it's not a massive elemental; it's humanoid size, but it comes up kind of with these 2 water hammers that it's just going in for the slam for 4 attacks. Fortunately, only one of them finds purchase as the water kind of splashes with much more further than you'd think as the hammer kind of dissipates across it and then reforms as the creature is just too swift and too dexterous to get too many hits, or more so its carapace is too hard for it to crack. But you do get that 1 strike in of 4. Anything else, Wiswick?
I just want to say I'm loving your standing DM style, really emphasizing the waviness of the water elemental. And
He's excitable.
Yeah.
and
Sign of a
Wiswick's
good
kinda
DM.
excited that he's getting to play with this new spell, even though it's not going too well. And he's like, "Yeah, get him!" And he's basically just hiding behind his horse.
All right, excellent. Excellent. All right, Wiswick. Kieran, you were up.
If someone could check Kieran's character sheet, because we didn't recover spell slots. I'm pretty sure I have 1/3 and all my first left. But regardless, half of my speed to get up from prone.
Yep.
Gonna go
I'll
to
look for you.
Rocco. Thank you.
Mhm.
Now and then mechanics wise, is a creature still poisoned after it is knocked unconscious?
Yes.
Alright.
But poison doesn't inherently deal damage; it just gives them the disadvantage.
Right.
So if you were to
Alright,
say heal Rocco, the poison would still happen, but Rocco wouldn't be taking damage from it.
You have a
Right,
You have a 3rd level spell slot and 3 level 1 spell slots.
I was looking.
I'm sorry. I try to help you too. You're too slow.
All right, children.
Oh shit.
All right,
I'm gonna
Kieran.
put it in the chat so you can refer back to it.
Kieran, what would you like to do?
Cure wounds on Rocco 1st level.
Okay.
Healed by 7 points of heal points. 7.
All right. So you see Rocco, as you get to Rocco, he's like the body is starting to lay still, and you bring a hand to the neck of Rocco, and sort of stroke
To his
along forehead, classic Huron forehead, and the light of Illyvania enters into the brave steed, and you see him lurch up to his feet as he's just, whinnying.
And so Kieran's
Thank you.
gonna pet his neck and in Elvish be like, rest now, brave one. Your time is nigh. And then he's gonna kind of shoo him back or whatever, to be like, get back.
Yeah, and Roko's not
and
gonna
then-
need much shooing for him to run away from this
Right.
mantis monster.
And then Steps of the Brave.
Okay.
Up 15 feet. Well, I guess my idea is to kind of walk forward and up at the same time. So
Okay.
whatever that gets me, towards the mantis dragon.
Gets you right on that pillar that's conveniently there.
How convenient. And ends his turn.
Okay, excellent. All right, so inside it is the zombie's turn.
Whoa.
I was just about to ask, do I get to flame them up
Oh,
yet?
yes, Scarlet, you get to attack with your produce flame. There's one zombie there in front of you that you can shoot that flame at.
Excellent. As an action, so do you save or is it? I think it's a spell attack, right?
It's a spell attack, yeah.
Yeah, ranged spell attack. Okay, here we go. That is a 17.
17 will hit.
Yeah. 2d8. 9 points of fire damage.
Okay. All right, the creature is still up, and as you hit it with the fire, it is going to immediately make a run for you. They're not particularly tactical, they're swarmers. Cal, that will give you an attack of opportunity with the prongs to the black.
I think I'll take it, Sean.
Excellent.
We already 22 is gonna hit, so
Yeah.
hey, one off max damage. It's 11, yep, plus it's 20. It's 20 damage.
20 damage.
Damn, fighters, man.
So, Scarlet, you see as this zombie is running towards you, you burst the fire into it. It kind of rips through its chest, and you see it's on fire as it's running towards you. As Cal whips the prongs to the black, and its body just sort of it's about to grab you as he rips through the waist, and it just crumbles into pieces in front of you.
So
Dead.
cool. So cool.
As the two of you look back, you can see the hordes of the menagerie are fighting the zombies that are coming through the soil. Your current spot is calm. As you can see, the Fomorian Balog is now kind of you see him stand up and grab a big ass club that was leaning against the wall. And he's a good 25 feet tall. As you see him just sort of just hit a zombie that just sort of splatters into pieces. But every time they hit something, you can see. And you can even see around your feet right now low-lying spores. Thankfully, your Cal had 10-foot range on his attacks. So you didn't take any damage or poisoning from them. All your attacks were ranged, so to speak. So the spores are just laying down low to the ground around you.
Sean, I'm gonna pull the aforementioned scarves that we have up
Yeah.
over my
same.
face, and I'm gonna look around to see if there's any particular group of the menagerie that is hard pressed at the moment.
Yeah, I would absolutely say that the Vegapygmies are hard pressed, as you can see, because they're for lack of a better way to put it, they're good spores, good fungus, and they're just much smaller than the fungus zombies that are just sort of grabbing them and ripping some of them apart. Honestly,
You made me do it, Sean. They're fun guys.
Do they reproduce by spores as well, like mycelia?
Similarly, yes, they are spore based. There's some cross contamination happening.
So I'm worried about their reproductive capability and the resource count of the area.
Yeah, you should also be worried about the bats up above, because you all know how spores kill bats. But anyway,
Well, I'm gonna go. If it's. I don't know if it actually is my turn. I just took an attack of opportunity. So
it's
carry
not your
on.
turn.
Apologies. It's a bad. My turn's coming up. I can
No
tell you that.
problem, but it is Scarlet's turn.
Okay. First, gonna make
So
sure
for
that-
you, just to give you a reference for the area, because
Mhm.
it's not on the battle map, there's
Mhm.
essentially 4 quadrants where there's action happening.
Okay.
Your quadrant is the top left, and you've essentially eliminated the threat there. There may be more coming, but currently there aren't. There is a top right where the Fomorian is taking care of most of the spores.
Mhm.
The bottom right has the Blink Dogs taking care of it, and the Fomorian is heading towards there. The place that's really pressed for help is the the Vegapigmy area, which is the bottom left quadrant, which is
Okay.
about 50 feet away from you right now.
Okay.
And you can see there are 4 fungal zombies there attacking the Spriggans.
Okay.
Vegapigmies.
Vegapigmies. Okay. Shannon really wants to go help the Blink Dogs, but that's not what Scarlet would do. So she is going to first pull up the scarf over her face to make sure that's covered, and then she's gonna go to the bottom left quadrant and help the Vegapigmies. Yeah. Yeah. And then is there? You said they're 50 feet away from me.
Yeah, so to get there, you would need to bonus action dash to get there completely to get into melee range with them.
No. Can I just launch another produce flame at them?
Oh yeah, you could definitely do that.
Yeah. I will do that.
There's 4 there. Which one do you want to launch at?
Oh god. Hold on, let me make this bigger.
Yeah, I've also not set it up perfectly.
All right, can you point at me when you're done?
Yep, you're right here.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, I want to go. Let's just go down the line. Start with the one all the way on what Shannon is looking at as the left.
Perfect. All right, go for the attack.
That is a 19.
Definitely will hit. They have very low AC.
Okay, that is 8 points of fire damage.
Okay. All right, so you watch. They're like literally just like grabbing up these Vegapigmies who are like stabbing them with their small spears and dealing some damage, but not a lot, as they're kind of swarming them. But they're just sort of like they're literally just like ripping them apart, and then like some of them you see just sort of like just like sort of presuming they're flesh that they can eat, despite that they're just more fungus. Anything else on your turn? I think that's everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope. Never mind. That's not. That was a spell attack, not a. I was about to say sneak attack, but.
Yeah. I've been burnt by that before.
Okay, Scarlet, that was your turn. Outside, it is the Mantis Dragon's turn. So, you will all see the creature immediately is going for Terra Umran with 2 swipes of its claws and a bite attack. Okay, one of the swipes will hit, and the bite is going to hit. Jesus. Oh, no. Okay, so that's 22 points of damage on the bite. As it kind of bites into the back of his griffin neck, and then these slashes are going to be, the one that hits is going to be 11 points of damage. Alright, as you see, the 2 claws are sort of scratching at the back, ripping feathers out of Terra Umran's griffin form. But he is, for all intents and purposes, successfully tanking this Mantis Dragon. Alright, it is the Thrykeens' turn. They are going to immediately, the one that is in front of Timber is going to kind of like fall backwards a bit and then draw a scimitar and come lunging towards you, Timber. as you can see a few more behind it that are moving forward with their bows.
God damn it.
Oh, there are 2 behind it that are
Just
aiming
use
at you with their
chain
bows.
lightning.
Well, you had the 3rd arc go to the dragon.
I know.
All right, so that
technically-
is...
Technically, it splits from each target. 2.
Really, let me see, just to make sure that I...
Well, I mean, if they weren't within 30 feet, then they're fine.
This was like a round ago, Alex.
No. One of them would have taken it. Because it's up to 3 bolts that could leap from the original one. So one of them actually would have taken it.
Three bolts then leap from that target to as many other 3 targets. So it keeps splitting.
Oh, okay, cool. Then they definitely both take it. All right, so one got a 15 and one got a 14. So I think that's one fried, one not fried.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool. All right, so one of them absolutely was just fried, and the other one took the similar half damage.
But
all right, so then I'm going to say that one of the ones that hit you doesn't hit you. As the scimitar Frykeen kind of frightened just comes cutting towards you, but you dodge out of the way as an arrow hits you in the shoulder for 9 points of piercing damage.
I'm gonna catch that.
All right, roll me your die for that.
1d10.
Just for reference, it's also another additional 3 points of poison damage. So
Okay.
total is 12.
Well, if I roll a 10... Okay, total is 12. Okay. So I have 1d10 plus 10. And I got 4, so 14.
All right, you catch that fucking arrow.
And I'm gonna
You
use
can
a
throw
key
it back
point
if you want.
to throw it back.
Go for it.
So it's my unarmed strike? Hold on, sorry, I gotta see.
I think it's just considered a ranged attack. So it's just a d20 plus your dex.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just trying to figure out the damage. Because I never used this before. 14 plus 7, that's 21.
So definitely hit.
Okay.
So it is...
It's a attack with as a monk weapon. If you reduce the damage here, you can you spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack with as a monk weapon. But sorry.
I guess we could say it, in that sense, it counts as like a dagger, like a thrown dagger.
Okay, so just a 1d4 or
1d4 plus your dex.
It would be a
modifier.
1d6 because you use your martial arts.
Right.
Oh, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's
1d6.
what I was wondering
Yeah.
before.
Right.
Cool.
Didn't know if that
That's,
And you
that's
add
correct.
all your proficiency to it.
Yeah.
All my proficiency?
Or your
Well,
modifier.
sorry, you just add
My
your
modifier.
proficiency.
My modifier, okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
Okay.
I don't know why I said it like that.
It's like a normal ranged attack
Yeah.
for a monk.
Exactly.
7 damage.
7 damage. Nice. Okay, the creature is close to death.
You're
Okay,
close.
so that was the Thrykeen's turn. Cal, you are up. Terramron's on deck, and then Timber after that.
And then Wiswick, and then.
So
Zombie.
yes, I was rushing over to with Scarlet to help the people.
up.
I'm holding.
Standing up was... I need a longer wire on my headphones.
You fool.
I unplugged them. Kieran, you got a question?
Real quick, what's Robert and what's her name doing?
Emla is with Cal and Scarlet. They killed the monsters before she could go. I also didn't write down her initiative.
And oh wait, and Robert's with the horses.
Yeah, Robert's keeping the horses away from the fight.
Okay. Never mind.
So, Cal, what you would have just seen is Embla dashing over to join Scarlet in defending the... because she rolled a natural 1 on her initiative. So she darts over
Been
to help
there.
Scarlet, and you see her immediately go for an attack, 2 attacks on one of the zombies. As you see her take one down entirely. And now it is your turn.
I'm gonna go past her and maybe get into flanking with that zombie.
Yeah, you can definitely get there. It's gonna cost you your dash and your movement to get all the way up there.
Oh, well.
Yeah, she's technically a rogue, so she had the bonus action to get over there.
Yeah, rogues.
So you don't have an action, and you have a bonus action.
Well, I don't have a ton of bonus actions, man.
Sucks for you.
I'm gonna punch one of them.
Go for it.
I don't remember what the modifier for this would be.
It's your
Oh,
strength.
yeah, I do. Yeah, okay, 22 to hit, Sean.
That hits 1 plus your strength modifier.
5 damage.
All right. All right, the monster's like, "Ah." As it's that is the end of your turn. Very cool description. As it's the end of your turn. And it is now Taramron's turn, who is going to go for his Griffin attacks on. Where did my damn Griffin stats go? Okay.
Get him, Timmy Ron.
Yeah, Tim, Ron.
All right, so that's dirty 20 and an 18, so the dirty 20 hits. And I'll say
You're
that
dirty.
is the bite, which is going to be 14 points of damage, as he's just ripping into this creature at this point. That is Taramron's turn. Timber, you are up. So there are 2 Thrykeens still in front of you, both injured by your lightning.
I am going to throw my kunai at the ranged one.
Okay, go for it.
My Inkswell, that is an 18.
That definitely hits.
Okay. Ew, that's off the table. Ooh, max damage. That is 10 damage.
10 damage. All right, the ranged one you threw it at, right?
Yep.
It's dead.
Okay.
You fling it into it, right at, like, pretty much it's like you flung its own arrow into it, and then kind of comboed it with your kunai, and it just sort of like, and there's just the one melee one in front of you.
All right, I'm gonna punch that one with my second attack.
Punch.
Punch.
Am I technically allowed to do that?
Kick.
That's actually yes, because it's just 2 attacks, so it could be ranged, and I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, because it's just 2 different targets. Ooh, 18.
Yeah.
Natural 18.
That'll hit.
So it's yeah. That is 9 damage.
Damage. All right.
I'm going to never mind.
It's still alive. It's
Fury
still alive.
blows. Fury blows.
Okay. Pop, pop, pop,
Pop, pop.
Pop.
pop, pop, pop.
This one's gonna miss.
Pop, pop. Is that you?
That's a 12.
What was it?
No, I got a 12.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna miss, right?
Yeah, that misses.
That one's not gonna miss. It's a natural 17.
All right. How do you want to kill this thing?
24. Okay. Well, after throwing the, just a nice punch to the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a nice clean clock
Clean.
to the temple.
Yeah. So it just watched. First of all, it missed hitting you with its scimitar, and then you just sort of caught its ally's arrow, flung it back to him, pulled a kunai out of nowhere, flung it back at its ally, who just sort of crumbled to the ground, and you looked at it menacingly, stepping close up to it as it's just sort of like, and you just, and it just crack. It's the carapace of its head. and it falls down to the ground dead. Is there anything? I think that's all you can do.
I could move technically,
That's true.
but I'm not gonna. I'm
Technically.
gonna stay right there.
Excellent. All right. Wiswick, you are up. Huron on deck.
Can I see any of the Thrykean from my location?
No, if there's any left out there, they're hidden right now.
What if I stand on top of my horse?
You still wouldn't really be able to see them. None of the other ones have revealed themselves, if they're even out there. The only ones that you've seen are the ones that attacked, and they're all dead now, thanks to Timber.
Okay. Can I drop a big fat fireball on the jerk in the middle?
Sure, you'll probably hit Taram Ron, but
I mean, can
I guess you
aim
could.
it?
Yeah, you could aim it. You could aim it. So how would you like to aim it, though?
I aim it
Because
so.
Timber is not too far from there either.
True. Wait, hold on. Let me look closer. Timber.
Timber is over here. And Curon's right here, flying in the air. So it's kind of weird, especially because Curon's flying. It's kind of like even if you aimed it high, you still might hit Curon, depending on where you aim.
Kieran can take it.
I don't know. Wait, hold on. What's the range on this?
Yeah, what is the radius on Fireball?
Range area 20 feet. It just says the area is 20 feet. 20-foot radius sphere.
Okay.
So that's more than 20 feet.
So Curon,
That would definitely probably hit.
yeah, it'll definitely hit. It'll, yeah, like you have to hit either Taramron, Curon, or Timber. You have to choose. Well, actually, yeah, Timber's on. Yeah. Okay.
That's fine. I'm gonna go with none of those, and I'm just gonna do 3rd level magic missile. Add a D10 to the damage. That old chestnut, and we will change the damage type to cold to match my water elemental.
Nice.
So yeah, 5 spear. Oh wait, is it 5? Level 3, additional 3 darts. Nope, 2 darts. 5 spears of ice start hurling towards this guy that seemingly appear out of nowhere. I rolled a 4 and a 4, so that's 5 times 5 is 25.
25 plus
4 is
4.
29.
Excellent.
29 damage, and now it's my elemental's turn.
Yep. So that's 4 slam attacks from your elemental.
Yeah. So I am going to actually roll real dice instead of rolling
Right there,
maybe because I'm dropping dice all over the place.
You're on deck.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got +4, so we got a 18 and a 17 look like the ones that might hit.
Nope, they don't hit.
All right, nothing hits. He's useless.
So as these 5 amazing spikes of ice shoot into and collapse into the creature, your water elemental goes for 4 swipes, and they all just harmlessly splash across the creature's carapace.
He's just flailing around like a wacky inflatable tube guy.
Pretty much. All right, Kieran, you're up.
How far do you fall in one round of combat?
Very
That's
far.
a good question. I imagine it'll be.
The answer is very far.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to
Okay.
drop if you were to fall right now, it'd be 15 feet. You'd definitely fall 15 feet in one round.
Right. I was saying for my max, but no, that's fine. So Kieran's gonna climb.
Imagine it'd be your movement and your dash, sort of the full amount that you can move in a turn.
What?
I imagine like falling in a single turn could be up to like 60.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, Step to the Brave up 30 feet, just to have some nice height advantage, and then gonna Toll the Dead that buggy boy, which I believe is a Wisdom saving, 15 DC.
Okay.
Google says 500 feet for those at home.
Nice. That is a 21.
So it fails, right?
Yeah. No.
All right,
No.
that ends it. That ends Kieran's turn.
Okay, so as this bell tolls next to the mantis dragon's head, you see it kind of rings in, and its head kind of pushes back. It doesn't take any damage, but it is certainly angry. It is now the zombie's turn. All right, so they are gonna go. They're gonna bum rush Cal and Embla because they're closest to them. So this one's gonna go for Embla. This one's gonna go for Cal. 2 on Embla, 1 on Cal. All right, Cal. So that is a 14 to hit.
No.
Well, actually, no. It's not even. It doesn't. So it doesn't actually attack you. It tries to grapple you. It doesn't actually really attack much. It just tries to grapple you. So if you want to give me a athletics or acrobatics check to oppose that 14.
Okay. How's it 21?
Okay, so you are able to avoid it as you see it kind of like it tries to grapple you, and you see like as it's grabbing you, these little like fungal fronds start to grow out of its chest as if almost to grasp at you as well, but you push it back easily enough. The other 2 are going to go for Embla. That is 15 and 8. Embla is going to get a 16, so she pushes them both back as well. And that is the zombie's turn. Scarlet, you are up.
All right.
Oh wait, no, Embla's up.
Okay.
Yes.
And she gets a natural 20 and a 16. So she is gonna take one of these zombies out.
She's gonna do that thing she does.
All right, now it's your turn, Scarlet.
Okay. Is Embla the red base, or is that a
That's
zombie?
Embla.
That's
That's
Embla.
Embla.
Okay. I would like to. Is there a zombie in front of Cal right now, or there's 2 of them?
Zombie, yeah. There's
Okay.
one in front of Cal, one to his left.
All right. I want to flank with Cal.
Okay.
And as I come up behind that, I would like to attempt to sink Caleb's dagger or blade into his back.
Go for it.
Its back. All right. That's a 25.
That'll hit. That'll hit
Okay.
against its AC of 8.
Oh boy. All right. So that is 4 plus 5 is 9 plus 6. 6 is 12 plus 2 is 14. So 20 points of piercing damage.
All right. So you watch as you come up. This is the one you already hit with a fireball? No, that one died. All right, so it's not quite dead, but you.
Oh, all right.
It was 15 points, right?
20.
All right, so it is barely alive.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna use my offhand attack to try and finish it off.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, that's a natural 20.
You're easily enough able to come up and sort of slash across its back and then bring one last hit into the back of its head, and you hear the creature screech and fall, collapsing to pieces on the ground.
Excellent. That's it.
Okay. It is the mantis dragon's turn. It is going to raise its neck up into the air and utter out that deafening screech that it has uttered out before. I need everyone within 60 feet to give me a Constitution saving throw. So that is Kiron and Timber and Taramron.
And the water elemental, but it's immune to poison.
It's not poison. This is the thunder damage.
No.
Timber, what'd you get?
Wait,
got
what
a
kind of saving
5.
throw?
Con saving throw.
You have advantage.
I got a 2. Wait, what? Oh, I do have
You
advantage.
have advantage.
Because you drank the potion.
That's right. I still probably fail it though. That is a 13.
Yeah, that's still.
Water elemental got a 20.
All right, so that
Did it have
is. Timber, you take 15 points of thunder damage, and you are considered stunned
Oh wow. Okay.
until the top of the mantis dragon's next turn. Kiron, what'd you roll?
22.
All right, Kiron, you only take 7 points of thunder damage, and you are not stunned. And the
Yes.
water elemental takes 7 points of thunder damage, and is not stunned. And similarly, Terrabron passed, only takes 7 points of thunder damage, and is not stunned. As the creature's neck extends up, and you see those rivets open as this thunderous boom shoots out, stunning Timber and damaging everyone.
Sorry, how much damage was that to the water elemental?
7 points of thunder damage.
For your reference, it has 47 health, so it's at 40 now.
Thank you. All right, so Timber, you're stunned, but you see out of the corner of your eye more Thrykean coming out of the woods. You see 2 more stepping up, and they're aiming their bows at you for 2 attacks.
I think that they would have advantage, right? Because I'm stunned.
Yeah, they would. Which is a 17 and a 16 to hit.
The 17 just hits.
Okay. Alright, so that is 8 points of piercing damage and 1 point of poison damage.
Oh no.
As one of the arrows flings past your stunned head, kind of you like doing that like smash, like swaying. That's the arrow just whoop, goes past, and then another one just hits you like this and spins you around. But you're still out of it. That is the Thrykean's turn. Cal, you are up. So there's one fungus zombie left in front of you.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna attack that one.
Go for it.
No. Kiss it.
Hug it.
Give it a
Hug
smooch.
it. Show it sympathy.
Hug it.
Make it
I
a
would say,
friend.
Cal, at the top of your turn, you would notice that the other quadrants are starting to get cleared, and the Fomorian is rushing outside. You just see him just.
You can't just shoot your problems, Tim.
You gotta kiss him.
All right.
That was
Tim.
a deep. How deep was that cut? It's 12. 12 to hit, Sean.
That'll hit.
Nice. Oh, these things suck. It's great. It's 15 damage, Sean.
All right. It is still alive, but you cut through most of it.
It's a natural 20 to hit, Sean.
It's dead.
I just snap the prongs of the black back to normal sword form and just a
Yeah.
swift decapitation.
Oh yeah, it's just this thing. It's like a as this thing falls into 3 pieces to the ground.
Have you ever seen the hit film Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones?
Yes, I have.
You know how Mace Windu decapitates Jango Fett? Yeah, it's
Yep.
that kind of like disdainful, just like, and you like turn around and start walking away. That's exactly what I just did.
Absolutely. As you turn and you look and you see The few remaining zombies are being taken care of by the menagerie.
Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones, also known as the worst Star Wars film.
You still have your movement. What would you like to do?
I'll begin moving. If things are in hand here, I'll begin moving outside.
Yeah. I'll say at the on your next turn, you'll be able to get outside and be out there amongst your compatriots. Taramron is next. So he's taken a bit of damage, but he's still hardly there. You see some blood on the feathers, but he's still standing strong as he goes for his 2 attacks. One is a dirty 20 and one is a 17, so one of them hits. And that is 10 points of slashing damage against this creature. As his claws dig into its side, it manages to avoid his griffin bite. That is Taramron's turn. Timber, you are up. Wiswick, you're on deck.
I am stunned.
Timber, your turn is over. Wiswick, you're up.
Oh no. Okay. Here I go. Last spell slot. Let's do it. Magic Missile, 2nd level. Can't use the other thing because I don't have any 1st level slots anymore. Classic. 4 more spears of ice. I got a 3. 3, 6, 9, 12 plus. Oh shoot! I did not calculate that right.
So yeah, let's do the magic missile damage first, times 5, and then we'll add the...
No, it's 4, so it's
16
sorry. Damage total.
16 damage.
There's 4 darts. Or 4 ice spears. But yeah, that,
right.
And now we're going back to Mr. Ice Uselessness.
4 attacks. Let's see if any of them hit. He's got 1 for 8 now.
Alright, we've got a nat 20, a 19, a 1, and a 10.
Alright, the nat 20 and the 19 hit. Let's do the nat 20 first.
Wait, does he have advantage on attacks? Is he flanking?
He's not flanking.
Oh, sorry. It looks.
Can I
Sounds
make
like
him?
no fucking way.
He blends
No
in
fucking
with the
way.
water because he's a freaking water
okay.
elemental. But he's right
Do I
there.
have sneak attacks?
Oh.
14 does-
What's that?
14 is a no-go, right?
14 does not hit. No.
All right. So now I'm rolling.
The nat 20.
Right, which is okay. So nat 20 first. I gotta find the right dice because I have 2 that look very similar. Okay.
That math is right, Patch. That's 3 hits for 12 attacks now.
Okay, so 3 plus 4 is 7. Double it is 14 for the nat 20, and 7 damage for the other one.
So 21 total.
21. Yep. 21 total from Ice Boy.
All right. So finally, these
Isn't he
water
wild?
hammers sort of crack into the carapace, where you can see it's now finally making some dent. As you hear a little, you just hear, yeah, it's a happy inflatable man elemental essentially, as it's waving these water arms with hammers. But it does crack the carapace a little bit. Does deal some damage. That is Wiswick's turn. Curon, you're up.
How far am I from being above the insect boy?
You're about 20 feet away and 20 feet above it.
All right.
Yeah.
So gonna use 20 feet of flying movement to get above it. And now, so I'm just rereading Step of the Brave for the first time in a while, and it says that in dim light or darkness, bonus action to magically give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed until the end of your next turn. So if I'm
You have
reading
to
that
keep casting
correctly,
it, yeah.
it's not. So it would be every other turn
Yeah.
because you would cast it for one turn.
Correct.
It would count to the next.
Because you say
So-
it's the end of your next turn, right?
Correct.
But you'd still
So I
have to
said-
you'd still have to cast it on that turn that's in the air. Because
Right.
at the end of your turn you'd fall.
Right. Yep, I know.
Just-
So
yeah.
he's not casting it this turn. He's just moving
Oh,
above
so
it.
you're gonna fall onto it. Excellent.
And then, so I don't know how you want to use this flavor-wise. Would he have to prepare a action to fall to basically strike it
Yes.
with his glaive?
Yeah, it would be
Okay.
it would be preparing an attack action for once you're within range.
All right. So before that, bonus action to cast spiritual weapon 3rd level.
Excellent.
To make an attack. 21 to hit.
That hits.
Only does 6 force damage.
Okay. All right,
And
and
then
you're
that ends
steadily
my
waiting
turn.
with your glaive above.
Yep.
Okay. And you fall.
All right, cool.
And
He
go
falls
ahead,
with the glaive down, trying to ram it into the creature's back.
go ahead and give me an attack roll, and then after that, give me an acrobatics check.
11 to hit.
So now give me that acrobatics check.
Yeah. Okay. Well, dirty 20.
All right, so you manage to land and not fall off of its back, but it's at the sacrifice of actually piercing it with your glaive, as you just sort of are like holding on to one of the carapaces now, holding your glaive out as the creature's reeling around you, but you are on its back. All right, zombies are dead. So Embla is going to dash outside. She is essentially going to be able to make it outside, but not into the fray of the fight.
Oh, she's a kill stealer. That's what she is.
Actually, Embla could make it into the close to the fight, but not into it.
Oh.
But
Then she can throw a
is
dagger and crash the carapace and kill it in one
She
hit.
is gonna throw a dagger.
Unarmed
She
strike.
Actually, no, she can't. No, she can't. 'Cause she used her action to get close enough. And her
Catch
bonus
the
action,
dagger, Timber.
double
I
dash.
can't, I'm stuck.
All right. That is Embla's turn.
Catch
Scarlet,
my body.
you are up.
All right. We've said we've taken care of everything inside. Yes.
Correct. Oh, also at the top of the initiative order, right in front of Embla, comes barreling out Belig, the Fomorian.
Oh, I was like, is that another creature?
Oh, it's the
No,
Fomorian.
it's the Fomorian.
No, it's the Fagorian.
Ah.
So
It's
he
the
is kind of
Gregorian
like
chant.
she's able to get past him because she's faster, but he's kind of like, you see him like burst out from the tree, like breaking apart some of the entrance, some of the rock and roots come scattering out as you just hear him roaring out this club, the
Those
blanket
were
falling
relics.
off to expose all of the kind of pocked purple skin as he roars at the mantis draconid. Scarlet, you are up. You could get up to Embla with your. You have to use everything to get there.
That is what I'll do.
Okay. So you and Embla are standing. Oh, I almost knocked her off.
The
That's
two
alright.
side by side.
The two rogues are side by side.
Two rogues.
All right, Scarlet, that is your turn. So it is the Mantis Dragon's turn. I'm going to roll to see if it gets its screech back. It does
It
not.
doesn't.
So, what is it going to do? It is going to try to
Cool.
shake Huron off its back. So, Huron is going to go for a tail attack on you, which is a 25 to hit.
Yeah.
Which is 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then it's going to go for 2 claw attacks on Taramrod, successfully tanking this thing. And one of those is going to hit. So that is 10 points of damage to Taramron. Looking a bit bloodied now in his griffin form. Alright, so that is the Mantis Dragon's turn. The Thrykean are up. They attacked Timber. There were 2 of them, so they are going to go for... they're actually going to go for Huron now, because he's attacking their creature.
Wait, they get attacked twice
No.
when I'm stunned?
What's that?
They get attacked twice? Between me being stunned?
What do you mean?
Last time they attacked
Oh, no,
me,
no,
I was
you're unstunned now.
Oh,
There's 2 of them.
never mind. Sorry, continue.
Because you were stunned on the Mantis Dragon's turn. And then you're unstunned at the top of the Mantis Dragon's turn.
Right.
So you're
I
unstunned
forgot my
now.
turn order, that's what it
Yeah, you're a couple away from me. Oh wait. No, I skipped the Thrykean, I think. Oh no, sorry. I did Taramron too early.
Oof.
So the Thrykean oh, terrible.
Initiative order. Who needs it?
Who needs it?
Huron, that is a 16 and a 5.
Well, one of those hits, and it's not the 16. Wait, no, it is. My bad. Yeah, no, 16.
Oh god, they're rolling.
You don't
so
have to
low.
laugh at that. It's okay.
That is 5 points of piercing damage and 6 points of poison damage. So 3 for you.
Okay.
That is the Thrykean's turn. Cal, you are up. You, with your movement, you can get outside. And then you have your action and bonus action still.
I'm gonna throw my sword at it.
The prongs of the black or one of your rapiers?
No, one of my rapiers. Well, actually, the only rapier currently in my possession. I think you're muted, John. Oh, there you are.
I'll say that it's at disadvantage because you're... Like,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because you're like 60, 70 feet away from it.
Well, I rolled 2 19s.
Frickin' Battle Masters. That hits. So it's an improvised weapon, so go ahead and... I'll say roll a d6 plus your dex modifier.
D6 is a 3.
2 fucking 19s.
So it's 7.
All right.
Everyone see the rapier sail across this open part.
Yeah, exactly. Like really far for a rapier. As it just sort of like, and you can even see it kind of like losing some trajectory as it's going, but it just hits perfectly between 2 carapace and just sort of sticks in and digs down as the creature roars. All right, Cal, you technically still have a bonus action if there's anything you want to do with that.
Nothing I got.
All right. So I already did Taramron, so it is Timber's turn now, and you are unstunned. And you can see the 2 Thrykean are at the edge of the forest.
Do I care about them?
That's a good question.
No.
Do you
the
want to
answer's
up your
no.
kill count?
I got stunned by this thing. I'm gonna stun it back. So I'm gonna Hexblade to curse it.
Okay.
The big boy, big boy.
Oh, the big boy.
I'm gonna get into nice ring, I like it. I'm gonna get into flanking position with Taramron.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna need you to give me a quick acrobatics check
You're damn right, I'll give you that.
so that you can get up onto the tower to
That's
be able to.
17. Does that work?
That'll do it. Yeah.
Alright, cool.
That'll just do it. So you're able to kind of leap across over the brief bank of the pond to not fall into the water, and clasp onto the side of the steps and pull yourself up right behind the Draconid.
Sweet. I am going to go for 2 attacks on. Oops, that fell off the table. That is not good. That is a 19. That's gonna crit.
Oh yeah, because Hexblade's curse.
Yes,
Nice.
sir. I'm just gonna roll the second one while I'm at it. 5 again. And that one is a 12 plus. That's an unnatural 19. So the first one is a
that
natural
hits.
19.
That still hits.
Okay.
So 1 crit and 1 non-crit.
Yeah. Oh hell yeah. So that is max damage. Sorry. It's
problem.
12 plus. It's 19 damage for the first one.
Nice.
Stunning strike. So
Wisdom
con.
or con?
Con 14. I know he's got a plus 10.
Ugh,
Bull
29.
crap. Yeah, it's disgusting. Second attack is just 7 damage. Wait, no, I lied. Still got my proficiency in there too, so it's 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay.
And do another stunning strike.
Stunning strike? Cool.
Yep.
Oh, that's a natural 2 for a 12.
Yes!
This bitch is stunned, like the last Mantis Dragon. You stunned that one too before you killed it.
Yeah.
All right, so Timber.
Alright. I'm done with D&D. Forget
It's
it.
the best. It's the best you'll ever do.
It's the best I'll ever do.
Kieran, you notice Timber clawing at this beast behind you, and just gets his fist in the right area to break through the carapace, and you just see the creature kind of like shockwave, like lunge forward as it cries out, stunned for its next turn.
Good hit, Timber.
Thanks,
Wizwick,
Chop.
you're up, and then Kieran, you're on deck.
Thanks, Chop. Thank you, Chop.
Okay.
You struck him good. Yeah.
Well, we're down to cantrips, boys. Let's drop a chill touch on him.
Ooh,
Excellent.
silly.
Pet his head. Pet it.
Sure, I'll touch his face like a good old Kieran move.
Good old kitty scratch right behind the ear.
Does a 15 hit?
Nope.
Okay. The water elemental goes around him. Does he has flanking now?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Yes. All right.
I'll
so
allow it.
I'm gonna roll 4 at a time. So the first 4 are gonna be the first rolls.
Okay.
All right. A 13 plus. What was it? 4? I think that's 17. Is 17 a hit?
No.
Okay, I'm re-rolling all of them.
Oh my god, man.
This water almost sucks.
It does suck. What is this AC? Is the problem?
No, it's not the AC. Your rolls are crap, dude.
Does a 16 doesn't hit, right?
Nope, not if the 17 didn't hit, the 16 doesn't either.
So the 18 plus 4 hits, that's 22.
Okay.
That'll hit.
Okay, so I get 1 hit off.
4 out of 15 hits.
A 4 plus 4 is 8 damage.
Good job.
I would love for the elemental to kill it. Just
Right?
the ones with the waving.
All
It would
right.
have to be the most disgraceful kill I've ever seen. Like, it would just, like, flop upwards and just decapitate it.
All right. So,
His head just
Kieran,
clean
you're up.
off.
then
How's this thing looking?
It's definitely looking bloodied. It's a little past bloodied.
You have advantage wherever you.
But it has a lot of health. Kieran's up, Emla's on deck, and then Scarlet.
All right, spiritual glaive for nat 20.
Nice.
So that's 7 times 2 plus 4, 18
Nice.
force. And then Kieran's gonna like pull himself up the carapace so that he can take his hand, slap it on its face, and cast
Inflict wounds.
Yeah, thank you. I always forget, like, is it inflict wounds or like drain life or no?
That's called Vampiric
And
Touch, the draining one.
Oh, right. 24 to hit.
That hits. Roll that frickin' inflict wounds damage.
It's just a 3d10. It's not too fancy.
That's the last thing it sees.
25 points of necrotic damage.
Holy crap!
Jesus.
10, 9, 6.
It is still
That
alive.
is awesome.
But
30 points of necrotic.
It's surging with this necrotic energy as its stunned form is almost just seizing at this point. Leading us to Embla's turn, who Embla is going to do an acrobatics check,
Come on, Embla.
which she made with a natural 17, to lunge up and get over to the side to be able to attack.
Copying Huron.
She's copying Timber. She didn't float through the magic of her goddess.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's fair.
And go for her 2 attacks, which one will hit.
Druids
Get her
don't
sneak
do
attack.
this. Don't they cast
She's
spells?
not a druid, she's a rogue.
Oh,
This is Embla,
This is
not
Embla.
Elspeth.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Elspeth.
That is...
Let her go. Let her go. Oh wait, that's.
All right,
That's
Alex. There's the door.
okay.
Or is that
I'm
the
gonna.
door?
I'm
Is that,
gonna.
or is that the door?
As she deals 21 points of
Bye.
damage with her sneak attack.
Alright, get the fuck out of here.
As you see her lunge forward and dig her blade into the back of the creature, kind of hanging off as
Alex,
the creature
come back.
flails. Alright, Scarlet, you are up.
Okie dokie. Is there room for me over there?
There is just barely, only because Wiswick moved his elemental. But you will
Okay.
need to make an acrobatics check.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean,
okay.
it's stunned. You can get advantage forever.
Is that my if I make an
Wait, I had
acrobatics check,
advantage?
is that my action?
No.
Okay.
No,
That
Sean plays by the
is-
rule of cool.
Ah, that's a 22.
Alright.
He tells you to do a check, you just do it.
Yeah.
Oh no, everything's falling apart.
Oh no.
It's
Kinda
dead
like
anyway,
my
right,
life.
Sean? It exploded. Scarlet
Yeah, right?
just boomed it, right?
yeah, yeah.
Shannon, you can go for an attack.
Okay, cool. That is a 17.
That will not hit.
Ugh. Well, I'm gonna try with my offhand. That's better. Still sucks. 22.
That hits.
Yeah, but it's just my offhand. 2 points piercing damage.
But
Plus
you get
sneak attack.
But it's even though it's my offhand.
Offhand gets sneak attack too. That's why you have to do 2 weapon
Fuck
fighting
yeah!
as a rogue.
Okay, cool.
So 2 for the baseline though.
2 for the baseline plus 14, so 16 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
I love sneak
This
attack.
thing is looking rough. All right, it is the Mantis Dragon's turn.
No, it doesn't.
Let's
Gonna take off with Huron.
doesn't get a
this is-
It's
turn.
stunned.
Fuck.
Oh,
Ah.
I forgot to say, can I fill it with unsettling dread?
Sure.
Cool. I don't know if I have to roll for that, but
Don't.
I'm using that property.
Okay.
It's unsettled.
Nice.
Ah.
It's stunned, and for a second it sees Scarlet and goes. But the Thrykean are gonna go now, and they are gonna
Nah.
go for 2 arrow strikes on Huron.
Huron.
Why?
Because he's up high and they can see him well.
Yeah, I am pretty high.
Alright, once again, one of those will hit with a 19, the other one will not hit.
How do you know?
That is 8 points of piercing damage and 5 points of poison damage. As you see, one of the arrows skids off of your armor and twangs off into the distance. The other one finds purchase right in your armpit. right between the armor.
Wait, left or right arm?
Left.
Kiran says.
All right. Cal, you are up now.
Can I get to engagement range with the creature?
I'm an idiot.
You can get up to here with just your movement.
So no.
So no, yeah. You got another rapier to throw?
No, but I can throw a sword. I have my moon touch longsword I can throw.
It's just Cal's just like, Cal, this is what's happened in the last 12 seconds. Cal's like, Nyah! Nyah!
At disadvantage again, or are we closer now?
You're closer now, so it's normal attack.
Excellent. It's a 24.
Still a 1d6 plus your dex.
Lovely. There it is.
This is such a Cal kill moment too. Like for him, like not to be up in the fray. Like this is exactly the time that Cal usually kills the monster.
How's 8 damage?
That's good. He's still alive though.
Yep. No, I didn't want to steal that kill. That would be rude.
Yeah, I mean you're pretty much Braveheart throwing the sword at this thing as it sinks into it, just because it's so distracted by the 5 individuals all around it.
For some reason, my master trained me to throw. So we spent a lot of mornings drilling, just throwing swords.
I like to think that the moon touch longsword like lit up when you threw it too.
When in doubt,
It's like a glow in
throw
the dark.
sword.
Yeah.
Sword.
They never expect it. That was his motto was just, oh boy, they'll never expect it.
And Kieran,
So we're gonna drill this for the next 7 months.
Kieran's floating, but then he immediately drops because the moon touch longsword came in range.
You're right. Well, he's not floating anymore. But
You're right.
that would have happened. No, I think it's a dim light. Taram Rod's gonna attack now with 1 miss and a natural 20.
Ooh.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Oh, nice. That is 33 points of damage.
Okay, did he just explode?
No, it's still alive.
What?
The dream is still alive.
But Wiswick's so excited. Careful, Wiswick, though. Timber's up before you. As you see him just sort of like the creature's reeling back. Huron's barely holding on. There's blades sticking out of it that are falling out. You see Embla has a blade in its side kind of hanging off of it. Scarlet has just come up and slashed into it. It's covered in all of you like bugs all over a giant creature. And Timber, you are up.
That level of irony.
Who's after me in the turn order?
Wiswick.
Pass.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold my action. And after the one elemental attacks, I will attack.
You're gonna hold an attack action until after the water elemental attacks.
Yeah.
Just
Beautiful.
in case.
Just
Excellent.
in case.
All right, so you kind of patiently, stare across, and you see very like 70 feet away from you, just sort of hiding behind Jasper. You see Wiswick just sort of like, all right, here we go, preparing his next attack. You see the water elemental is its windmill arms going like this, getting ready to charge it. Wiswick, you're up.
Come on, Clayton.
Here we go. First we'll do a nice little chill touch, just soften them up. You know, we gotta try and give it a shot. We rolled a 6. Plus 7 is not enough. So Wiswick stands atop of his horse and says, "Hark ye, fiend! My water creature shall send you to the briny deep." And here we go. Nat 20 once. A 15 will not hit, so we're re-rolling 3. Okay. We got 2 nat 20s, a 16 and a 17.
So
That's a 20 and a 21.
The 2 nat 20s definitely hit. Oh wait, you say then additionally there's a 20 and 21?
Yeah, because it's 16 plus 4 and a 17 plus 4.
So it hit. Okay, it hits 4 times. 2 of them natural 20s. Let's roll some damage.
Yeah.
I want to see. This is. It's gonna be very funny if it has 1 hit point left.
This thing better do it. All right.
All right, roll the nat 20s first.
Nat 20s first. I got a 4 and a 7. Each one is plus 4. So 8 and 11 is 19 damage from the 2 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, because you double that.
You double the rolls, yeah.
Oh, you don't double the things. So, what did I say? 4 and 7?
Yeah. So 8 and 14. So 24 plus the modifiers for both.
So yeah, 22 plus 8 is 30 damage.
How does your water elemental want to do this?
Yes! It's going to just... It's like if the air from the bottom of the flute tube guy just like went into overdrive, and it's kind of just like vibrating, like going straight up because it's like too much power, and then it explodes and just splashes directly on him in a full force, like a water jet, and shoots through him.
So what I'll say happens is you see all of your allies clambering onto this creature, digging their weapons in, digging their claws and their daggers, their swords, and it's ripping its carapace apart. And you see a moment where its chest is being pulled open, and you command your water elemental to surge forward, and its entire being just presses in, all the water pressure flooding into the innards of this creature as it just starts to fill up with water, and then just explode with water pressure as you see the parts and goo flinging all across the pond, all over all of our compatriots. And then just sort of when they land in the water, you see as they get closer to the ground, they start to bloom with plant life as the fey water is touching the corpse remains of this creature. The Thrykeen in the forest begin to run away, seeing their monstrosity dead.
What happens to those of us that are like on the creature? Not Huron, but like other people.
Huron, give me a dexterity saving throw.
You got it, boss. 14.
This is when Huron dies. Because no one can heal him that
I'm here for it.
No. Huron, you do go flying back, and with a 14, you are going to take a little bit of damage.
Falls into the water.
Do I land in the water?
No. You get flung backwards and kind of arc past the water, and you're going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Damn it.
Dope. You kind of just...
Wiswick brushes the what's called dirt off his knees after hiding behind his horse the whole time, and just says, "Oh, that was fun."
As you see the Fomorian kind of rushing into the water to attack, and you see it just start to smash at the parts that are still there, almost in a rage, as it's just rampaging at this point. Balog is just swinging his club wildly about. That's 18 to hit you, Timber.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it hits me. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that.
I figured you were ready for that. Okay.
Uh-oh. Round 2.
That is 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
As he's then going to swing around to Scarlet.
And
that is a 23 to hit.
yeah.
which is another 18 points of bludgeoning damage. As you just see, the creature is just sort of going through somewhat of a traumatic fit at this point. As you see Elspeth running out from the tunnels and seeing what happens and just shouting out to you all, "Don't kill him! Don't hurt him!" What do you all want to do?
Timber's gonna run into the tree line where the... what's it called?
The Thriking.
Yeah. The 4 bodies, or 3
10.
bodies.
He will get an attack of opportunity on you.
Not if I disengage, Sean.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm gonna disengage.
What are the rest of you doing?
When he hit me, did I fall in the water?
Yes, you did.
All right.
So you sort of feel like, and it's about 20 feet deep.
Does Scarlet's fire amplify and she's just a ball of flame?
Not quite.
Damn, that would have been so cool. All right. I guess I'll just spend my turn trying to get to the surface.
You get up to the surface. You see Timber darting towards the forest line as the creature, slick with rain. You can see up that he's just having just like essentially a panic attack as it's just attacking around. And you can see it's frightened, really. The Balag is really frightened. The rest of you, what are you doing?
Can I command my elemental spirit to grapple it?
It may certainly try.
Couldn't hurt, right?
Yeah.
Give him a water hug!
I'm looking towards Taramran to figure out like what the course of action here is, or if he's on it and I should just avoid.
Sure. Wiswick, what is the grapple?
So I'm guessing it's just a strength, like a regular attack, right? A melee weapon attack.
Yeah. It can be a strength check or an athletics check. They don't really have athletics, so just do a strength check.
Okay. That's probably not good. I got a 12.
That does not make it. It didn't roll crazy high, but it does have a +6 modifier. But you see your elemental kind of riffs around it in a way that it breaks its form and kind of tries to create a band around it, pull it, but it just crushes it away.
Can I try something?
Sure.
Can I try and climb up in front of it? Is there space for me to do that?
There's just barely space.
All right, so I want to try. I'm gonna try and climb up in front of it, seeing that it's freaking out, and I want to kind of just like want to stand in front of it, and I want to just like be shouting like as the rain is coming down, just being like, "It's all right, it's all right. Whatever you're going through, it's going to be fine."
Give me a persuasion.
Persuasion, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You look up at the creature as Cal, you're kind of looking to Elspeth and Taramran. Taramran is shifting out of the eagle form and kind of sees Scarlet stepping up, and Taramran is sort of like gripping at his staff, ready to intervene. You see his hand coming up. As the elemental splatters around Scarlet, you swim up and pull yourself onto the rock, and just see he's kind of like crouched over, hand on his head, his club in one hand, just kind of as he's sort of bringing the club up to strike, as you just put your hands up and plea to the creature. You see as the rain's falling, you see a crash of lightning and thunder rippling through the air, lighting up the grotesque pocked face as the creature just sort of lowers the club and looks around. Everything seems to quiet. As he just collapses back, sitting down on the heap of the tower, and just drops the club into the water and puts its face into its hands, as you've successfully calmed the beast, the Fomorian, from its traumatic event. As you see, Terramron immediately rushes forward and is in front of the creature, a hand on its shoulder, kind of pushing his forehead into its forehead and whispering to it. As a calm overcomes the pond, as you see these small plants growing out of the water from the corpse of the mantis draconid. You're all standing there soaked to the bone, some of you injured, looking about. And that's where we'll end tonight.
As Cal walks over to collect his swords, we end.
Oh, yeah, quickly, can I scavenge those bodies? Can I get those poison arrows?
You certainly may.
And
There's there. Are you okay?
Alex is actually coughing. He's not...
Alex is actually having a fit.
Yeah.
But, Alex, yes, you may do that. There is absolutely a short bow with one of the Thrykean, and there are a number of arrows I'll determine next session. But we came to our epic conclusion with Scarlet calming the rampaging Fomorian after the fight, with the Thrykean and the Mantis Draconid in the middle of the night. You're all exhausted, ready to collapse into the mud, knowing that there is a full journey ahead of you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Please stop in on Thursday night for Relaxing in Paradise with me at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, and then check in on Sunday with Tim and Shannon for the Tim and Shannon Power Hour, returning this Sunday to recap, speculate, and talk with the community about the deep questions about TTRPGs. And then, hopefully, we will see you all again next Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we continue the adventures in Paradise. Good night, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Good night. Good night.